for 9 o'clock. Good morning, all. It is 9 o'clock, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. And our first motion is to adopt the agenda.
Moved by Councillor Greenwood Spears, seconded by Councillor Lichty. Resolved that the agenda for the October 24th and 25th, 2023 meeting of the Committee of the Whole be approved.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof of any item on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll note that in the minutes. There are no delegations or presentations other than staff presentations, and we are going to be doing reports, business plans, and project proposals.
So moved by Councillor Fowler, seconded by Councillor Leonard, that the Council of the County of Frontenac received the 2024 draft budget, business plans and project proposals report, and further that Council approved the 2024-2028 business plans as presented. And finally, that Council include the following project proposals for inclusion in the 2024 draft budget deliberations, and they're listed there.
So we're going to discuss all of these throughout the day, and then I'll call for the motion at the end. Is that the process? All right, so Alex is going to start with the introduction, and Kelly's running a little late, and then he'll be here. We will have a break at 10:30, and I'm aiming to keep that on schedule, and we'll break for lunch at 12:15. So I would ask everyone to keep your questions and comments till the end of the presentations. So keep some notes, and then we'll have the question and answer period. Alex, welcome, and take us away.
All right. Well, thank you, Warren. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to present the 2024 draft budget. Staff are appreciative for the opportunity to present their business plans and project proposals over the next 2 days. But before we get into that, I'll just review the budget development process and provide an overview of the items impacting the 2024 budget. All right. So just start with an overview of our budget policy. So this slide provides the objectives identified in the budget policy, including a requirement for a budget timeline that promotes consistency, adequate information for Council to assess the budget, and integration with financial objectives and long-term plans. This is a fairly busy slide, but there's a lot of information. I think it is worth going over. So as discussed, the budget policy would set out the framework for our budget decisions. The first part of that form of the budget is what we call the status quo budget. So that is basically last year's service at this year's cost. Included in that would be any commitments that were made in a previous budget cycle that weren't paid for in the previous budget cycle. So phasing in a service, say over 2 years, or a longer term operational commitment. When possible, we do develop that status quo budget on a unit and cost standpoint. So we know the units we need, we just adjust the cost for 2024. And the target for the status quo budget is Ontario CPI as of August 23. That came at 3.8% this year. So next, project proposals are for new or changes in service levels presented. So only Council approved project proposals will be included in the final budget. So at this point, I would kindly ask if you do have a question related to a project proposal to save it until the project proposal is done. We've run into the issue a couple of years prior where people see the proposal, they start asking questions, this question get answered, and then there's 10 slides covering all the questions that were there. So chances are they will be there. So, and Also, just as a matter of process, the business plan will come first, and then any project proposals will come after that. From there, we have our capital levy. So this is the 10th year of 10 of a 0.65% commitment for the capital levy. That assumed 50% borrowing for property and land assets at the time. Probably the risk I would give to council is at this point with inflation and the assets that we've added, the 0.65 won't be sustainable in the long run. But with our condition assessors doing currently, as well as our asset management planning, we'll come back to council in 2025 with a revised target on how to meet sustainability for our capital planning. But that will be a 2025 presentation to council. We'll hold the status quo for 24. And then as well, we'll discuss things that are coming on the horizon. So when a risk is known to staff, we'll let council know. And just that for the definitions, a risk is an imminent or likely scenario that requires action. A caution is a known fact or recommended change that may have an impact on budget or future decisions. And an advisement is a minor change in direction or scope. So on to the budget assumptions for 2024. Feels like a bit of a departure from the last few years where COVID isn't the main concern. It's a welcome change from my perspective, at least. Everything is largely status quo. The 4 hours of care funding for Fairmount that we were aware of before is continuing to 2024, and as of 2023. And no supplemental funding for COVID 2023, which is what we expected. However, knock on wood, the cost and impact of COVID-19 has been declining through 2023. As well, there's a significant risk here that the stabilization reserve is below target. We have used the reserve in the last few years to offset one-time costs. That has led to reduced capacity to offset expenses, but as well, there's an opportunity to rebuild the funded status this year. And as I mentioned before, the CPI target for this year is 3.8%. So looking further abroad, inflation seems to be slowing down. However, despite this, the short-term interest rate is forecast a little less clear. So the guidance last year was that the increase would be done by now. However, now that we're here, the Bank of Canada is much more non-committal about the future of rates or rates not increasing again. So over the longer term, it is likely the rates will decrease. However, at this point, it is possible we could see another rate increase. And again, that would be an effort to slow down inflation further by the Bank of Canada. And as well, supply issues continue to cause cost increase pressures, especially in labor capital industries. So where we're really seeing the most is in capital. And so our capital costs in terms of vehicles, buildings, those still seem to be increasing at a rate of close to double digits a year at this point. All right, so for the status quo budget, for things kind of hitting the whole organization, WSIB expense continues to increase. This is in relation really to our experience, and it's, I would say, something that we've seen throughout the province, especially in the paramedic world, as the presumptive legislation for PTSD has kind of driven costs to increase across all services. As well, our medical benefits have increased substantially by $550,000. That's roughly 9% on our whole contract. Again, this is largely experience driven. So we did have a break in dental through COVID, which was probably driven more than anything by people not going to the dentist because of COVID. So those have kind of picked back up as activity's gone up. And as well with life and LTD, we're seeing an increase in line with what our experience would dictate. CPP expenses going up. This is largely due to the federal government enhancing CPP, I believe in 2019, the first year they did that. So they would phased up the rate from 4.95% to 5.95%. Now that they're at 5.95, they've introduced a second tier. So before, if you were at the year end maximum earnings, once you hit that, you no longer pay CPP. They now have a second tier at 4%. For both employee employer. So again, driving up expenses on the employer side there. And our liability insurance continues to increase. Again, that's been the case for a few years, really throughout the whole industry and for all municipalities. And again, we're projecting an increase close to 20% this year. All right, so the services provided by the county are dictated by legislation and therefore can be challenging to modify service levels. So some of that legislation includes Long-Term Care Homes Act, Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement, Ambulance Act, Ambulance Services Collective Bargaining Acts, and collective agreements. I've probably ignored a few in there as well, but the idea is we can't always just say cut everything. That's an extreme example. There are certain targets we have to meet based on legislation. All right, so for weighted assessment. So weighted assessment is basically the total pooled assessment between the city of Kingston and the county of Frontenac. And what that does is that shares our proportional costs for paramedic services, as well as most of the costs for social housing and for social services as well. And what we've seen this year, growth in the city outpaced growth in the county. Therefore, the county has a lower percentage. Sorry, we lost my slide here. Sorry. So the county has a lower percentage of those shared costs this year. So that has helped keep the levy lower as our pro rata share of those costs has go down again, paced by growth in the city. On the note of assessment, MPAC has postponed their assessment again. So 2024 taxation year will continue 2020 property values. At this point, MPAC has been non-committal over when the next assessment has been. So don't know if it'll be 2025, 2026. They haven't even given us an idea of when that will be coming next. All right, so now on to the actual budget itself. So this is presented a little differently than it has been years past, and I'll explain that in a second. So the status quo increase, which would be 2023 service level at 2024's cost, less any investment income, is an increase of 1.96%. So fairly close to in line with inflation, actually below inflation. The big disruptor in here is the investment income. So based on the increase in interest rates, which will likely continue to stay high through the year, we're projecting that we are going to increase our investment income by $440,000 in 2024, which is fantastic news for 2024. Looking further out, though, that is very likely not a sustainable income source. So we'll cover that later, but it is part of status quo operations, so it is part of the status quo increase. From there, we also have three unfunded commitments, so things that council had provided direction to, but did not pay for in the previous year. So rural transportation is in the fourth year of its phase-in. That would be another $32,000 to the levy. We're in year 3 of 5 for the paramedic growth levy. So that would be funding the county's portion of new paramedic positions being added in line with the report we brought in 2021. And as well, the feasibility study to expand Fairmount, our portion will be coming out of that as well. So if we roll that together, the status quo is still negative. And again, that's pretty much entirely based on our increased investment income. Okay, so the driver for this, and it's somewhat concerning since it is interest rate driven and out of our control, is the investment income, which is why this section probably warrants a little extra discussion this year. So the risk right now is this is not sustainable and very unlikely to continue, or very likely to decrease, in 2025 and beyond, which is a good problem to have in 2024, but broadly speaking, we have two options. We can take the windfall from the investments to subsidize the levy in 2024 and then deal with any future loss of revenue in future years. Or we can use the revenue, or use the increase in revenue, to bring the stabilization reserve back to its target balance, or back towards its target balance. So the recommendation through the budget then is to transfer 2% of the operating levy, or $249,000, to the stabilization reserve. The reason for that is, as I mentioned before, the stabilization reserve has been used extensively in recent years. We have funded off, I know our portion of the new paramedic building, the EOR and cell gap, a large portion of that, a few other one-off costs gone through as well. And we're below the target balance of that. We were above it, I believe, 2 years ago. So as of right now, the forecasted balance as the end of 2023 is 7.9% of the levy. The target per our budget policy is 15%. So by building it back up, it would allow us to use the stabilization reserve for one-off projects in future years. And as well, given the other increase in the investment income, it would allow the status quo levy, including our unfunded commitments, to be at a rate well below inflation, or 1.35%. So from there, we have our project proposals for consideration. So we'll start with the proposals that we funded from operational reserves. And just a quick reminder to council, this isn't necessarily free money. And just please consider these projects on the merits of the service level change proposed. There is an opportunity cost whenever we draw from reserves that a future year initiative may have been reserve eligible, may not be there to be taken from that reserve, and that will have to be funded from the levy. But on here we have 2 paramedic proposals. So a new crew as of October 1, 2024, and a new superintendent. Our portion of that would be funded through the 0.65% we are raising every year for paramedic growth. Also, under economic development, there's the CI and the internet testing proposal and the tourism website refresh. Those would both be proposed to be drawn from the community development reserve. And legislative services, we're bringing a project on electronic document management systems needs analysis. And we're proposing that would be drawn from the stabilization reserve. All right. And then from there, we have those proposals that would be coming from the levy in 2024. So economic development will be asking for a new position, a community development officer. As well, through the PDAC committee, there's a request for a recurring transfer to reserves for physician recruitment. Information services will be presenting a proposal to essentially replace get rid of our email exchange server and migrate everyone over to Office 365. Frontenac paramedics will be looking to refresh their ORH study, which is their resource placement study to ensure that going forward, our resources are in the right place to best serve the community. Fairmount Home would bring 3 projects forward for support services. So looking for added recreationist coverage, added housekeeping resource, and an added maintenance resource as well. And the project will come to the KMP Trail to assist with dust suppression in urban areas. So the roll up for 24. So our total status quo increase, again, was a negative this year, so a negative 0.54%. The sum of the levy impact of all the proposed service level changes presented to council will be 1.67%. From there, we add our capital levy, 0.65, and the proposed one-time investment income transfer to stabilization reserve, and we get an overall draft levy increase of 3.77%, which again is under the CPI of August of 3.8%. At this point, before I jump into the departments, are there any questions?
Okay. Judy?
Thank you for you, Madam Chair. The impact assessment, I believe when we were at AMO, they had mentioned potentially 2026 before they got their ducks in a row. So that's 2 years before we get what should have been here for 5 years ago.
Yes, I think at this point, too, most of it not official. It's trying to be as polite as possible. They're non-committal on the date at this point. So at this point, definitely not for 24 and not looking likely for 25 as well, as you mentioned.
And we're at the mercy of the date changes. Ron and then Jerry.
I have 2.
Okay.
It's on the impact thing. So in 2020, when they reassessed and they said it goes up over 4 years, and I'll just use a number of 2.5%. After that 4 years, then it doesn't go up again. Only thing that goes up is the municipal increase in taxes. You know how they always implement it in over 4 years? So let's say it costs you 2% every year. That doesn't carry on, right? After the 4 years and it's implemented, that level is froze then, and then the only increase is what the municipalities need to do. Is that fair?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, at this point, we're kind of breaking new ground. They're on a schedule they have not used previously. So how that ends up getting, I would anticipate they will phase that in over a number of years, whether that's 4, whether that's 6. I'm not sure, but yeah, typically in the past, they would reassess and give you a 4-year phase in to get to where you would, so you wouldn't have any or too big a hit in a single year. And again, the longer they go, the longer they probably have to phase that in to make it fair to everyone.
So just because they haven't reassessed, it's not going up. Once the 4-year phase in is over, it's froze there till they reassess. Right?
Again, we no details on that yet. They've been non-committal, but they will likely have to phase that in some manner.
The only other question I have on that there slide was, what are we planning to do with the physician reserve money that we're putting away? I don't have a problem with what we did. I just don't know what our plan is. I know we're putting it there, but do we have a plan?
Do you mean the stabilization fund?
No, we put 22,000 into a physician reserve.
Right.
Recruitment, whatever, and I have no problem contributing to it. But if we're just going to let it build up, there has to be some other plan other than just going after one doctor, I think.
Okay. Alex?
Sure. And again, so that one came through the PDAC committee. So last year, I forget their name, but we had the doctors that came through here, asked council, so the public. We gave them a 1-year commitment for $22,000 for recruitment initiatives. To my knowledge, those weren't done, but the decision through the committee was made that we need more money, so to keep building up. So at that point, again, that was an external one. I haven't been too involved in it. That would be council's decision if they want to continue to build that reserve for whatever future expenses they may need to collect for.
And I do believe that discussion was about getting a headhunter to get a doc, but you have to have docs in order to recruit them. Jerry?
So now I'm confused. We set aside $22,000. I remember the discussion. So if that money is not accessed in 2023, what happens to it? Does it just disappear?
So,
Or does it go into reserve somewhere?
so the direction from last budget, because there wasn't an exact plan how to spend the money, was that it would go to reserve. So whether it's spent in 23, 24, 28, there's $22,000 from last year in the reserve for when we need it for physician recruitment.
So it's sitting there in case we need it. Okay, thank you.
And this 22 you put in would add to what's existing. Okay.
That's reasonable because Northbrook, Cloyne area, so that's North Lennox and Addington. They're looking at just a hair under $40,000 to bring a qualified doctor from Europe or Australia or whatever. So we're on that for 20,000 as a township, and they're in for, their township's in for 40. So that's about right.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, we will move on.
All right, thank you.
Oh, we're frozen up.
Back. All right, so here we'll just walk through what's driving the increases in the budget by segment. So just kind of our overall general budget. So what's really affecting anything that's not traced to departments. We have an overall levy decrease this year of $118,702 in that segment, or down 32%. And just made a highlight some quick ground rules for these sheets. At the top of the page is the total dollar decrease within the segment, or sorry, the total dollar decrease within the total levy. The second number, the segment budget increase, is the percent increase or decrease just within that segment, not related to the whole budget. Two main things driving here is we have our increase in investment income, which as reported earlier is $440,000. And the proposed offset, which is to contribute 2% of that to the stabilization reserve to mitigate that increase. As well, our 0.65% capital levy would come from this department as well. Roll those all up together, the income is greater than what we're contributing to reserve. So we have a net levy decrease in this segment. So a few offsetting items here with the council budget. So and mostly related to strategic plan actually. So we're reducing the cost of strategic plan last year in contracted services and the offsetting contribution from the reserve to offset that cost. What we're putting in for 2024, we're building that reserve back up for the next strategic plan, which is increased to $10,000. And as well, the EOWC levy is increasing by $9,900 this year. So corporate budget, a lot of changes, and then most of them are offset by either new or increasing revenue sources. The main change here is related to completion of the new building. So we're anticipating projected rental income of $132,689 for the occupancy from Cataraqui Conservation, and that'll offset a debenture payment of $240,728. Last year, we had figured we were going to move in as of July. So part of the debenture payment was already worked in there, but with construction delays, unfortunately, we're going to move in early 24. So the full hit to the debenture cost isn't in this year because we took part of it because we thought we already moved in at this point. For computer software, that seems to be an increase across the board. Those are also costs that are increasing at a rate above inflation. And also I'll highlight the decrease to insurance has nothing to do with insurance costs actually decreasing. That was just an error in last year's budget, which had allocated more costs through the budget to corporate services as opposed to Fairmount / Frontenac paramedics. So we've made the correction. They were always allocated correctly in the books when I actually paid for them. They're just an error where it hit the wrong charge code in the last budget. Thank you. All right, so marine services, and again, through the agreement we have with the Minister of Transport and through Frontenac Islands, there's no levy impact for the County of Frontenac. However, we do operate the Frontenac Howe Islander. So what's happening here is, and again, I'll maybe just go back, there's an 80-20 cost split there. So 80% of operating costs go through the Ministry of Transport, 20% of costs go through Frontenac Islands. That 20% is raised through ticket sales. So under user charges, and this is a bit a bit odd in terms of presentation. We're anticipating that both the pass sales and the ticket sales will decrease. What will also decrease though is our transfer from the revenue that we collect over to the township of Howe Island. The main reason being for that is that the township now takes payments through debit card, which it didn't previously. So before we would collect 100% of the season pass revenue. Whereas now, when it's paid through debit card, it goes straight to Howe Island. Therefore, the transfer we need to make them whole is being reduced. So more or less, revenue-wise, not anticipating any change for 2024.
I said we weren't going to ask questions during, but since you're so kind to put your hand up so high, we'll ask.
Well, on that, Deputy Mayor or Deputy Reeve, so we collect ticket sale revenue. Do we keep a percentage of it, or does it 100% go to the township?
So the portion that we need to operate this particular ferry, we hold on to.
Okay.
Generally, what would happen is we would have more revenue than we needed because we were getting 100% of the season passes. Basically, the way the ferry works is you can take one or two ferries, go to the island, they charge the same thing. So at the end of the year, we would kind of transfer over were due for hoax, we couldn't have a surplus. You could hold a little bit into revenue reserve, but otherwise it was money we had to give back to the ministry. So it made sense to give that over to Frontenac Islands. We would set the rates between the two at a rate to make both ferries whole. Really, the only change now is we're not getting 100% of the seasonal revenue. A lot of it's coming their way, and we're not protecting the situation yet, but there could be a situation in the future where if they're basically collecting all the revenue for the season passes, at a certain point, we'll be the ones getting part of that transfer to make ourselves whole.
I think Bill had a question as well, and Judy.
Thank you. Decrease 25,000 special projects, building design and survey. Could you explain what that is?
Yeah, so that was looking at a new building through MTO. At the time, we were unsure if MTO would be paying for that or not. So we built it into the revenue that we had for 23. Turns out MTO will cover that. So basically just an expense coming off, but we never spent the expense, if that makes sense.
Judy?
So in previous years, is there a reserve that is at the county from the Howe Islander to ferry, and how much is it?
Yeah, so there is a revenue reserve. You can keep up to 5% of total operating costs in that reserve. It was fully depleted during COVID. We did put a little bit away last year. I don't have the exact number on me, but probably would be in the range of 20,000.
Okay, let's go on.
And then, yeah, from there, the operating costs are just kind of your usual suspects, where medical benefits have increased, cost of living, and computer hardware as well. All right, social housing. So I'll give the caveat here that we're further ahead in the budget process than the city of Kingston, where we're presenting our budget to council today. They're presenting theirs in January. So the numbers that they presented to us last week are draft. Those are different than the numbers that I had here, which I guess were draft. So these are subject to change. However, I did see the numbers. The roll up, it might take 0.1% off of ours, but more or less the overall change is pretty close to what was presented here. And we'll adjust for that when we bring the final budget to council in December. So just a quick overview. So the way costs are shared here is 71% of costs roughly are for program administration, 29 are for actual administration of the program. The program costs are attributed based on where the service is located. So if someone from the city of Kingston is using a program, we do not absorb that cost. If someone who resides in the county is running a program, that's our cost. The 29% to administer the whole program, we share that again by the weighted assessment number, which was the 20.243 we had up on the screen earlier. Similar story for social services. So again, numbers are draft at this point that I present to you, but fairly close to what they'll end up being. And same thing, the costs are split between caseload support and administration costs. The administration costs we split through weight assessment. Caseload support is based on where that resident is located. If it's a county cost, we absorb that cost. All right, so Fairmount Home, lots going on here. I see the top cut off, but the overall segment increase was just over 4%, 4.04%. So we're receiving 4 hours of care funding. That's offset by the 4 hours of care line where we'll add staff and resources in line with the funding we received. The PSW premium increase will also, that's going up, but also that's just a flow through. So the ministry has agreed to top up all PSWs by $3 per hour in long-term care. We're just flowing that through to the PSWs. And at this point, that is a permanent, that was a temporary increase through the pandemic, but they have moved to make that permanent. Other inflationary increases that are hitting here, again, probably usual subjects everyone's seeing at home: food, gas expense, insurance. Also highlight the Fairmount home redevelopment study is on there as well. And for project proposals that's discussed earlier, we have the some additional support services, so some programming, adding 15 hours a week for housekeeping, and adding 22 and a half hours a week for maintenance worker. Okay, Frontenac paramedics, segment increase here is 5.25%. So big driver here would be the increase in operating revenue. Just a reminder of how the province is funded. The ministry pays based on the previous year's budget. So there's no reconciliation to actuals. So last year, since we added 2 crews, that drove our operating expense higher. They'll pay 50% of what we did last year, which is why we got a big jump this year, and that's going to help catch us up. Unfortunately, it's the game we have to play there. And as well, further to that, so the beyond that, salaries and benefits, same thing. So we got our WSIB expense we highlighted earlier, which is hitting the paramedics fairly hard. Medical benefits increase as well, and also OMERS expense. That one mostly being OMERS passed new legislation or in 2023, where you no longer needed to hit hours or dollars caps to enroll in OMERS if you're a part-time employee. Generally, if you're a paramedic, you're here for a while, whether it's our service or somewhere else. So we're seeing a higher election rate of part-timers going in early as opposed to our department. So that's what's driving the OMERS expense going up. The contracted services, I will highlight the cross-border increases. So that's basically the costs that we pay to other municipalities for taking calls within our boundaries. That's a challenging one to predict. That seems to go up and down each year. Unfortunately, 2022 was quite a big spike, so we've adjusted to reflect that. And as well, we'll be opening a new paramedic base on the Battersea Road campus and putting in the facility costs there to operate the base. Thanks, Jeanette. All right, so for reserve transfers, we've already discussed the 0.65% dedicated operations levy, which is offsetting the cost of these new positions. Also increasing our joint capital reserves, just to try and keep in line with inflation. Project proposals, we have a few. So we have the superintendent of operations and the new 12-hour crew. Those will be offset by our contribution from the 0.65% capital levy. As well, there's the ORH paramedic research study and the share of IT proposals. As well, we have a variety of capital items being replaced. Everything there would be replacement. So looking at stretchers, vehicles, and a few defibrillators. And again, if the full listing is within the budget book, if you do care to consult that. All right, health unit. So that's been a fairly predictable increase over the last 5+ years. They've indicated that their operating increase will be 2.5% over the current year. Generally, their draft has been dead on to what they provided us. So fairly confident in that number. Library increase. So the operating increase for the library is 3.3%. And again, that was presented to us last week at council. The slight change above that is then just increasing the transfer to the library reserve. So we would fund capital out of the reserve. That ask goes up and down every year. This is going to be a down year for their ask, but there are some fairly big purchases coming down the road. So continue to increase that reserve so that it doesn't all hit the levy at once. When it does, they do come time to purchase it. So for planning and economic development, operating revenue, really two main things. So there's the transfer from reserves, which is to offset the tourism website and the CRA internet project. And as well, there's the increase through the shared service agreement for planning. Some of that's inflation driven, but really a lot of that is based on the 3-year hours of average used, which is how those costs are allocated to the townships. So as the usage goes up, as the hours used go up, prorated costs of the salary pool will go up as well. So that's why we're seeing the increase in revenue there. Salaries and benefits, again, mostly inflationary and really grid stat movement. $22,000 increase in the KMP operating expense is in line with the kilometers that I'll be adding to the trail. And project proposals, we've already covered them again, but just to recap, there's a new community development officer being requested, supplemental KMP dust suppression on the trail, as well as the tourism website and the internet monitoring project. All right, and then we have the other budget, which is more or less transfer to others, which kind of summarizes other. So from here, again, mostly offsetting items on the revenue and expense side. So we're reducing, previously we had made a contribution to the East Ontario Regional Network. That ended in 2022. So both the revenue side was coming out of reserve and the expense side is going away. The payments we have left includes a $55,000 and change transfer to the University Hospital Fund, a $300 transfer to the Kingston Agricultural Fair, and $96,000 for rural transportation initiatives. So more or less the levy increase here is really the fourth year of the phase-in of the rural transportation project. So we started funding that 3 years ago. We borrowed from reserves to do that. Year 4 of 6 is the last year of the $32,000 increase, which will maintain that level for 2 more years to fully repay the reserves to fund that initiative. Well, that's it for me. Before I go, any other questions?
And there's a silence over the crowd. Questions or comments? Ron?
For paramedic services, the cross-border, do we not do any for anyone else, or is this net 150?
Yeah, so it's a bilateral agreement. The 150 increase is the net increase.
Net increase. The second question is the formula for cost of services for planning and economic. Is the formula still correct for cost recovery for those services?
Yes, but it is behind. So it's based on a 3-year average. So instead, and I'll just use an example, if say a township needed a lot of hours in 1 year, instead of having to budget, 4 times the budget the year before, decided it was easier just to smooth out the 3-year average to keep things as predictable as possible.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Alex. And next we have Joe and Sonia under Planning and Economic Development. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Deputy Warden. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for giving us a chance to talk to you about our business plan for the next 4 years and some of our projects. For those of you who sit on our Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee, you will have seen part of this presentation before. We were in front of the committee in October. Every year we commit to speaking to the committee and running through our projects first to get some feedback from them. So for those of you in the committee, you will have heard some of this work today. So this is our business plan for planning and economic development. It is separate from the KNP trail. This afternoon, Richard will be speaking to you about the business plan for the trail, which we separated out of our department business plan a couple of years ago because of the trail's bigger, longer, management issues. It's separate, so it'll be separate from that. So I have a few opening remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to your manager, community planning, and manager of economic development. So our overall objectives is to integrate planning and economic development. And I think I've mentioned to you before, we are one of the few counties in Ontario that have both land use planning and economic development under one umbrella. And that was done originally by Kelly to make sure that we are on the same path together, improving what's happening on the ground in Frontenac. Also to integrate strategic regional planning policy. So over the years, the most recent one is working collaboratively with the townships to create a regional communal services organization, and we'll be back to the townships now that you've approved our official plan amendment to the county official plan on communal services. Will be coming to the townships to say, where do you want communal services to go in your community? It will be your decision, not the corporation's decision. We've also done, of course, we have the county official plan. We've also done the countywide private road study about 7 years ago when the ministry wanted to stop any future development on any cottage road, and we intervened on that. And also we're involved with your local official plans and official plan amendments. So at that high level, we try to keep improving land use planning across the region. And then to support innovative regional projects, both on the economic development side and the planning side. And again, I'll point to communal services, but also a lot of the work that's been done by Richard and Debbie on the destination development plan, the business support services, and so on. And then working collaboratively with the 4 townships, working together to improve service levels everywhere. And managing our workload capacity, which has been a challenge for us through COVID. Sonia will talk to you a little bit about where we think we're going as we've come out of COVID. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. Oops, one more back, please, and thank you. I can try. Oh, there we are. Did you do that? Yes, thank you. We are obligated as your land use planners to give you our best opinions on any land use planning issue, certainly at the county council table. So you are the approval authority for all plans of subdivision, all plans of condominium. You're the approval authority for any amendments to the county official plan. You're the approval authority for any new official plans at the township level. So in the last 5 years, county council has approved the new official plan for North, and 2 years ago, Central's official plan. South Frontenac is currently working towards adoption of their official plan. It'll be in front of you early next year for your consideration. And then we work with, as you know, 3 of the 4 townships on their day-to-day planning, which we're pleased to do. And again, we're obligated to provide our planning opinions on each and every file. On the economic development side, engage and support the business community. Richard's going to talk to you about some of the initiatives. I think that number 7 is key for why we're coming to you this year to ask for a new community development officer. And I'll let Richard speak to that. As is number 8, attracting new businesses and visitors to the region, and using themes in the charter to really keep a focus on where we go with economic development. And then, of course, Richard's managing the trail, and it's on the economic development side in particular, it is an important tourism initiative, and Richard will talk to you about that as well. So those are my opening remarks. Thank you. And I'm now going to turn it over to Sonia.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to see if the clicker will work for me here. Yes, it does. Okay. I guess it doesn't like to sleep for too long though. So I guess that's my goal to keep things moving. So anyways, in terms of the planning services that we provide, of course, we provide the strategic regional planning for the county as a whole. And that also includes working with our team on the economic development side of things. Yet we also do the day-to-day planning services for 3 of our 4 townships, so North, Central, and the Islands. And part of the work that we've been doing with the townships recently has been trying to come up with improvements to the planning approval system so that there's consistency across the region, but also to make things easier for applicants to access, but also to find some efficiencies. So efficiencies in our time as staff in terms of the processing of applications, which in turn is hopefully a cost savings to the townships for our time, but also time savings for applicants. If we can get them through the development approvals process more quickly, that is certainly something that we like to be able to do. In terms of our achievements for 2023, hold on, I think it likes me to hold it up a little bit, so that might work. So of course, Joe had already mentioned all of the work that has been done with respect to communal services and the endorsement of the Municipal Services Corporation by the county and all 4 townships. We have continued to respond to changes to planning legislation from the province. It's not real wood, but I'm going to knock on it anyways to say that hopefully we haven't had any in the last 3 or 4 months. So, but there have been a raft of changes that operationally we did have to pivot and spend some of our time helping the townships change their processes in terms of whether it was forms or the ways in which applications are processed. That was time I would much rather have spent on other projects, but of course we respond as needed when legislation changes. We did undertake a review of the planning fees for all the townships. I know South, they updated their fees earlier in the year. North has updated their planning fees. I took a draft to Central and the Islands and will be returning, I believe I'm going back to Central in November with a draft fee bylaw, and I will be returning to the Islands in the not too distant future as well. We did the feasibility study for communal services for the former school site in Charlotte Lake, which showed that there could be development of up to 45 to 50 residential apartments on the property should communal services be used. So that was certainly good news, and we're in the process of doing some community consultation, and we'll be reporting back to the Township Council on that later this year. And of course, we continue to receive a high volume of planning applications, particularly severances, particularly Central, but also North too are still seeing quite a few planning applications as well. Oh, see, I press once and I have to be patient. There we go. Okay, in terms of our hours, this graph just illustrates the total number of staff hours spent on the 3 townships in terms of our services. Of course, quite a jump in 2021 with the pandemic, and I haven't looked at the total hours yet this year, but I imagine 2023 is going to be relatively comparable to 2022. I don't see that being a big change. And then planning applications by township. I apologize, some of these numbers are a little bit close together. So there was I didn't just note there was the increase in hours for 2022, but there was a decrease from 174 applications across the 3 townships in 2021 to 143 in 2022. So the reason, even though the number of applications dropped, the increase in hours was due to the fact that with COVID being mostly over, we were back out on the road. We were doing site visits. We were back in township offices. So there was more time spent back on the road and in front of people, which is where we prefer to be. So that is the reason for the discrepancy there. I apologize, 2018, if you're trying to see the graph, against 24 for the islands and 26 for North in terms of application numbers. I can say as of the end of this month, we are at about, in terms of applications for the 3 townships, we are at about 70% of the 2022 numbers. So we've had 33 applications for North, 55 for Central, and about a dozen for Frontenac Islands as of the end of October 2023. There we go. So in terms of the work that we are going to be looking at, that we're currently doing and looking to do moving forward. Of course, for the townships, the development and planning applications are going to continue to be steady, I think, in terms of volume. I don't think it's going to be quite as frantic as 2021 was, but I don't think we're going to be returning to pre-pandemic levels. We have South Frontenac currently doing their new official plan, which we are reviewing and participating in, and we expect that there will be a new official plan starting for Frontenac Islands in the not too distant future. Other major projects are implementation of the Marysville Secondary Plan. So we're working with the School of Planning at Queen's University right now to come up with some best practices for design standards. We've also been working and assisting with the housekeeping amendment to the North Frontenac zoning bylaw, which I think was just passed by council about a week ago. Central had hired a consultant to theirs, but we did participate also in reviewing those amendments. And then, as I just mentioned, there was there's the Charlotte Lake former public school site. So we're working on some community consultation right now with respect to future uses. It's going to change. Oh, it's just very slow. Okay. All right, in terms of the county planning work, we have the rollout of communal services. We have the natural heritage study, which we would like to see start. Ideally, we wanted to start this year. We are not, it'll probably be later next year when we start. We are instead moving ahead with a community planning permit system for waterfront development. We've been out to each of the townships who have all committed funds for that project. So we have a draft RFP that we're sharing with staff right now in the hopes of hiring a consultant to start in the new year with respect to that project. Population projections will be coming up again soon. We do those projections on behalf of the county and the townships every 5 years. And that's to coincide with when all the release of all of the most recent census data is complete. And then, of course, there's the regional community improvement plan that our economic development side of our team has been working on, that we are going to continue to assist with that. We'll be looking at doing an update to the county official plan in the near future. And then, of course, with respect to subdivision activity, we don't know what the change with the Municipal Services Corporation and Communal Services will mean to that subdivision activity, but we suspect that we could see an increase in those types of applications for different forms of subdivisions on communal services. It's very, very picky. So in terms of risk analysis and mitigation, just for an advisement in terms of delays to timelines for planning applications. So we still have a high volume of planning applications, as I mentioned, and we also have much stricter timelines with respect to what the province requires us to process in a certain time. And some applications are now subject to a refund of application fees if we don't process them in that specific time frame. So a number of things that we are doing to help to mitigate that is we're working with township staff to make some internal process improvements for when they receive and process planning applications, and trying to be very intentional and clear about when we deem an application complete, because it's the deeming of the application being complete that starts the clock that may then result in the refunding of fees if we don't do it within the specified time frame. I guess we mentioned the community planning permit system is something that we're moving ahead with. We're starting with waterfront development. Townships may want to take that further in the future, which is great, but I would say easily 75% of the applications that we deal with for the 3 townships have some kind of waterfront or wetland component to it. So the community planning permit system not only is a better tool for shoreline and lake protection, it's also going to allow each council to sort of set up criteria for which types of development will still need to come before council for approval, and some of the minor changes that people want to make that could be delegated to staff. So something else we are also working on is delegated authority for undisputed consents. Consents are not dealt with under the community planning permit system, but they are something that many municipalities do delegate when they're undisputed to the staff level. South Frontenac has already done so since the beginning of the pandemic and has significant success with that. So we are rolling that out. We've got direction from North Frontenac to proceed, so we're starting there. Probably moving on to Central and the islands in the coming months as well with that process. There we go. Another caution is again, delays to strategic initiatives. So ideally, we want to be spending in a perfect world half of 50% of our time working on the larger strategic policy work that we do for the county as a whole, or even for the townships. Only 11% of our time in 2022 went to that type of policy work. Even some housekeeping updates and consolidation for documents that we would like to be doing are not getting done, simply because of the volume of development applications and development inquiries that we continue to deal with. 11, I think that was the first time we cracked 10% in the last number of years in terms of being able to spend time on that policy work. We've certainly never reached 50%. Maybe we perhaps need to look at that performance indicator, but certainly being able to do that strategic work does add value, because there's a trickle down effect to improvements at the township level. So a mitigation to that, and maybe the caution is that because we are so busy, if there is work that the townships, or the 3 townships that we do the planning services for, would wish us to do, we may either have to delay them, or if they can't delay, they may need to hire a consultant to do that work for them. An example was Central Frontenac did choose to go with a consultant to update their zoning bylaw recently. And I think I will turn this back over to Joe. I believe he has provided a handout with respect to the sustainability reserve.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Sonia. I will be brief, Council. I have handed out a more detailed spreadsheet of this slide of our sustainability reserve. The reserve was created about 7 years ago to be able to fund big regional planning projects, so that we would have money in this reserve. We still have to come to County Council for you to endorse us moving forward on a planning project, but we have money in here so that you don't take a giant hit in a 1-year budget cycle. And I would turn your attention to the one example on this spreadsheet is the update of the natural heritage study, which County Council approved as a project proposal 2 years ago. We haven't been able to get to it, as Sonia showed. We haven't had a lot of time to do policy work in the last few years, but it's estimated to be over 100,000. So once you approved that, it can come out of this reserve. The reserve originally was funded by approximately $100,000. It was transferred from a reserve that had been dedicated for the county having to go to tribunal or OMB hearings. And then over years, and you can see at the top, there's an annual contribution of approximately $35,000 to fill it out. I would say to you that this reserve is healthy right now. It's going to take a bit of a hit next year with the starting the work on a natural heritage study. The one caution is potential tribunal hearings. Now, the good news is most of the legal fees for the county in the last 10 years for tribunal has been plans of subdivision. You can no longer appeal a plan of subdivision. The only people who can appeal it would be the municipality, an agency, or the developer. The citizens can no longer appeal that. An example is most recently, we finally approved the Hardington subdivision in South Frontenac. The tribunal hearing was in 2017, and there was over 130,000 in legal and expert witness fees. So that's the good news, but we'll still potentially be at tribunal hearings for things like if the township official plan, as an example for South Frontenac, is appealed and sections of that plan have a regional impact, we will be there with the township to support that appeal. But that is the one caution. If you have questions on this, I could answer them now, or I'll just pass it over to Richard. No? Okay.
Doesn't look like there's any. So, there is Bill.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Slightly off topic, Joe. There's a lot of this conversation about Municipal Services Corporation. When or how will we start funding that? Does it impact the townships? Does it impact the county? When should we start forecasting that into our budgets? Do you have an opinion on that?
Through you, Deputy Warden. So as part of the business plan, there's an investment from the county. I think the total overall investment from the 5 municipalities is just under $700,000. And if I remember correctly, each township has a share based on the day that the utility is incorporated. It'll be based on your share of assessment within Frontenac. So the biggest percentage will be coming from South. I can't remember the exact percentage from the islands, but you are going to be required to pay that over a 5-year period, starting next year.
Ed?
So, thank you. Regarding the natural heritage study, it hasn't been formulated yet, but is there any indication that they'll have any control over, say, if the through planning, we come across an area of very sensitive natural, something like an ANSI? Can we step in and have that override some other decisions that are made?
Through you, Deputy Warden. So right now, our planning policies have been tied to the way the province protects natural heritage, the way they protect ANSIs, provincially significant wetlands, other wetlands, etc. It really doesn't work in Frontenac, where 85–90% of our land area is undeveloped. So we're going to be looking at a new approach that looks at some things in a more complete nature. And I'll give you an example. There's an area north of north of Kennebec Lake called the Kennebec Wetlands. If you looked at the mapping and the information that the province provides, a very small amount of that is formally protected, because that wetland area is literally thousands of wetlands that on their own look like they're not of any value, but tied together, they're significant. And what we want to do is say, let's choose those areas of Frontenac that really need protection, and maybe the other ones like some ANSIs, which I know there's ANSIs in North, they're recognized as such, areas of natural and scientific interest, sorry for the acronym, but they've already been built out, like the gravel pit at Snow Road Station. That was an ANSI. It's been developed. So why protect it is an example. So I hope I answered your question.
Just one other thing, say if you come across an area that is very sensitive and it's not registered as an ANSI, do we have any control over that?
Through you, Deputy Warden, the answer is yes. If this work can recognize things that the province hasn't recognized, then we can look at protecting that in your official plan.
I guess in the reverse, if we find something that the province has designated, can we make them change their mind?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's a good question, and it's a valid question, because some of the data that we're dealing with on this information hasn't been updated in almost half a century. And wetland boundaries and ANSI boundaries, they potentially change over time, you know, so we'll have to, I presume that whoever works with us on this will be looking at certain areas and looking at them in more detail and saying, this doesn't make sense anymore.
It gives us a better case for sure. Brett?
It's just speaking about the school site in Sharbert Lake. There was a presentation at one time that I seen where they had a proposal, and I just wonder what happened to that proposal when they were going to put in several units, 2 buildings, and we were going to use the communal system. Is there going to be something else coming other than that?
Well, that was just a proposal of what the lot could provide. There's been no solid stuff with that. There's surveys, there's been public meetings. So we're waiting to see what's going to come out of that before we move forward. Okay. Judy.
I just noticed an email sent out that had a link to it with the climate change impact study that the province just released yesterday, I believe. 580 some pages. So that's a new piece of information. I think they actually have stopped and looked fairly extensively on quite a few areas right now because they're planning ahead for what's going to happen. Just a piece of it. Yeah. I'll forward it if you like.
Just some light reading, I'm sure, at 518 pages. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Richard now. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Richard, welcome.
Thank you. Deputy Warden, Council, my pleasure to bring to you the economic development half of the presentation here. Looks like my title got disappeared here, but that's okay. It must not have been accessible. So the economic development is driven by the Charter of Economic Development that was developed in 2015 with partners and from the business community, the not-for-profit community, the townships in 2015. And we've largely followed these themes in our efforts since then. So trips and trails, specifically around tourism and building trail tourism specifically in our region to connect our communities together as a network. In a series of destinations that people might wish to visit as they come to Frontenac County. And then food and beverage, growing food and beverage, both from a grower's perspective, but also from a purveyor's perspective, and increasing the amount of local products that are sold locally and regionally. And Pritchard from Frontenac Business Services says that in the last decade, she's seen a significant increase where we've had about 20 new businesses established that process or create food in Frontenac, and that's a lot of that's pretty successful to see 1 or 2 new businesses every year show up in our region, considering our population and our density. And then recreation lifestyle, which I constantly joke that we knew what remote work was before COVID. We were working our way towards establishing internet and supporting the ability for people to work from home so that they could move from their desk to their dock pretty quickly and enjoy both the ability to work and enjoy the natural landscape and environment that we offer people to live in. So those are what drive our services. And then we have sort of 6 categories where we spend time delivering those services. That's direct business support. And when I say direct business support, it's mostly focused around business community development. Individual support we direct to to local, the Business Entrepreneurship Center and to Frontenac Business Services. Investment attraction, which is relatively new activity for us, destination management or tourism, open farms, the KMP Trail, and then administration and business planning, which is where I lump in, attending council meetings, which I love, and doing grant writing and that sort of thing, which I also love. So in 2023, in terms of supporting the business community, we continued with our annual survey. We improved our weekly communications. We email about 240 people every week with various initiatives, opportunities for partnership, events that might be of interest to the business community. And we see a lot of success. So we hear regularly from the business community how useful that is, even if they don't open it or don't remember to go to the event or sign up unless we put it in there 6 or 7 times. And they're busy. They only have a few seconds to look at these emails. And then we did an experiences workshop, and you can see that in the right-hand corner. We had about 20 businesses participate in that, about developing experiences to support the tourism economy in Frontenac. We took folks on a bus tour of Wolf Island, and we are about to do our 2nd annual business awards on the 14th of November. At this stage, we've responded to about 75 requests for support from businesses this year. And that could be anything from providing made local product tags to connecting them with a grant or a realtor or somebody who can advise on succession. As we go forward, we plan to sort of maintain the status quo when it comes to business support, continue with the surveys, continue with the business awards. We've heard that from the community, they'd like increased opportunities for in-person networking and education. So we're going to look at how we might be able to maybe host an event in the spring as well as in the fall to support the businesses going forward. In terms of investment attraction, or the core initiative as we go forward here is to continue finalizing our strategy for the the countywide community improvement plan. I mentioned this a lot. I haven't presented it to you yet. It will come soon. It's just there's some back and forth with our consultant that we're trying to sort out. We're going to continue to look at our neighboring land use policy on the trail that the PDAC committee looked at earlier this year, and we're looking at market readiness assessment for our local trails. So how ready are our trails for attracting tourism and marketing? And then physician recruitment. And I put a little star there. Just I think that we should be having dedicated time to it. And it's really a very side of the desk approach right now. And I heard comment earlier that we really need a plan if we're going to continue to invest in physician recruitment. And I think if we're going to do that, we need to have staff time allocated directly towards that to move forward. And that will come up as part of our project proposal later. So the community improvement plan, just if you're not familiar with it, this is a project that where we'll provide existing or prospective new businesses with the ability to have some form of incentive to invest or grow in alignment with the Charter of Economic Development and Council's strategic priorities. So we're working on aligning the plan with the council's new strategic priorities, and so we're hoping that early next year we'll be able to get that strategy approved and move into the policy implementation phase over the course of next year. And then we can talk about money at this time next year, about how much money we want to dedicate to that program for the potential incentives in it as we go forward. In terms of tourism and destination development, we've tried to maintain a status quo in 2023. So we had a bit of money to move forward with the tourism brand development and with the implementation of the brand standards. We gave members of the Planning and Economic Development Committee the physical copies of that. If anyone else would like that, happy to make sure you get that tomorrow or later this month. And we've also been promoting our Discovery Guide app and a real focus on open farms, which I'll talk about in a minute. The Destination Development Plan implementation is a key and is probably a core ask from me of County Council looking forward in this business plan, which is the creation of a new community development officer to lead the Destination Development Plan implementation, which includes a website, the tourism website refresh. We have some money set aside for the tourism website refresh, but we don't have we don't have money set aside for a person. It's hard to do that from reserve, really. And so the destination management plan will be a key part of whether we sorry, I didn't drink enough coffee. I was trying to get the balance right and I got it wrong. So in order to implement or for us to expand any scope of work in our department, such as implementing something like the Destination Development Plan, we need another person. So when we talk about these project proposals, the community development officer or the tourism website, we need that person, that human capacity in order for us to go forward with that. And so that's why I keep bringing it up, because it's we think it's important. It's been approved. Lots of people have supported, lots of councils, the previous council, this council have supported the implementation of the destination plan. But now's the hard part where we have to decide if we're going to resource that implementation. And that's what I'll be asking you after the break during the project proposal section. Open farms in 2023, this was the 6th year for this event, the 6th iteration of the event essentially, but we think we're finally landed on a reasonable balance where we launched a dedicated website with our partners at openfarms.ca. We had 79 event listings, which included farmers markets, businesses, farms, community groups, the plowing match, farm to table events in Kingston. It was really a celebration of local food, and we extended the time period from 48 hours over a course of one weekend to 6 weeks. And we'll be bringing a report to the Planning and Economic Development Committee in December, letting them know what the outcomes were from that. what our recommendations are going forward, but we think we're sort of in a place where we might be happy with our contribution to the open farms movement, and it still continues to be a high use of economic development teams' time. And part of that is just because we have a lot of partners to work with and coordinate, from farms to other municipalities. And so there's a lot of relationship building and relationships to maintain and move along. Missed opportunities this year. I had hoped we would do more for film and television this year. There's been a real growth in film and television in Kingston, and I really think that if we had some additional time, we would be able to work with the Kingston Film Office on getting more locations in the film database across Frontenac County to help support recruitment of these productions to Kingston and Frontenac. Some films that we've seen recently have been shot solely in Frontenac, but certainly there's an employment reason where the desire for skilled trades, catering, drivers, that sort of thing could have a leakage effect into Frontenac. And certainly if we have establishing locations in Frontenac, they'll want people who are closer to those locations to provide services. More support to doctor recruitment. We did not succeed at finding a recruitment firm for Canadian doctors this year, but we would like to be able to spend more time working our way around this, because this is becoming it's becoming a difficult problem, and it's obviously a systemic problem that not just Frontenac County experiences, but the Ontario experiences. But I think there's opportunities for us to move forward. And there was lots of really good discussion at the Planning and Economic Development Committee last month and around this idea. We also continue to see pressure for additional agricultural initiatives, such as farm familiarization tours. We did one, we organized it really last minute this year. It would be nice to organize it on a regular basis, have something that's expected so that people know when it's going to happen and can participate more inclusively on it. And then the countywide community improvement plan, which I keep talking about, but haven't presented you with a strategy yet. It's sort of like what the planning department said. The day-to-day is so busy with these other initiatives that it's been very difficult to move this strategic initiative forward and guide or lasso our consultants to finish it with us. So I don't think I need to talk too much more about staff capacity. I did my whole presentation, but we are planning, we would like to hire another community development officer to lead tourism. We're going to continue to use contracted services to assist with trail management. And something that we want to consider going forward is maybe having more summer students during the busy time to be able to help us provide services to folks going forward, our various partners. We have a reserve as well, the Community Development Reserve. I don't have a full spreadsheet printout for you, but it's not as healthy as the Sustainability Reserve, but we don't need as much money in it for potential OLT hearings. The things that we've sort of looked at is the tourism website refresh next year, and then the execution. So there's some funds set aside for the execution and implementation of the countywide community improvement plan between 2024 and 2029 with our reserve. This is Joe's slide, so I'm going to give it back to Joe, and I can answer any questions if Joe can't.
Thank you. And this is our last slide, so we're on schedule.
I was just going to tell you that.
Just some intangibles over the next 5 years to our business plan. The first two bullets speak to what Richard's already talked about. If you think that logo and that brand was released in 2016, we have evolved and we've come a long way. We've strengthened the business community, in my opinion. There's a business network event in November at RKY camp, I think you may be aware of, that shows that the business community is looking more and more to our assistance in a variety of things. The K&P Trail, we now own the entire trail in Frontenac County, I believe. Kind of. Not quite. Okay, we're almost there. It continues to take a lot of work, specifically on Richard's time managing the trail, some of the issues we have with ATV access, etc. Unless something changes, that is still going to be under our portfolio, and it is still going to require quite a bit of time. The volume of planning applications, as Sonia showed you, they certainly went up during COVID. We can predict they may decline with the change in the economy and the lack of people who just want to do something on their property as they did over COVID, maybe going down. But again, it's an intangible. The appeals I've already spoken to over the next 4 years probably will be involved in 1 or 2, but it is an intangible. And then all the changes that we have been dealing with from the province on planning legislation. And I just attended the County Planning Directors Conference last month in Owen Sound, and talking with my colleagues, there's still other things we're hearing out there that the province, even though they're backtracking a number of things, they may be pushing forward on other initiatives. So stay tuned. And that's our presentation. So we can take questions now if you want. And after the break, Richard has project proposals to present to you. Thank you, Deputy Warden.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Bill?
Thank you. I've been out of the tourism business for a long time. We used to have something called RTOs, regional tourist offices. Do we contribute to that? And do we get full benefit from our contribution?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Warden. The regional tourism organization still exists. We do not contribute to their operating budgets. They are fully funded by the province, and although some of them have other revenue generating materials. We have 2 regional tourism organizations that serve Frontenac County. They operate very differently based on the municipalities and destinations that they support. So we have Ontario's Highlands, which is RTO 11, which is Central Frontenac and North Frontenac, as well as Renfrew, Lanark, Haliburton, and Hastings. And then we have RTO 9, which is Prince Edward County, all along the St. Lawrence Seaway to Cornwall, and that includes South Frontenac and Frontenac Islands. We work with them a lot, but part of working with them a lot and getting the benefit from that is being able to attend 2 very different sets of meetings and participate in 2 very different sets of strategies. We do get a lot of benefit from them both, and sometimes we get a significant benefit, like the destination plan. Instead of one of them contributing 50%, we were able to share the cost 3 ways with them, because we were able to go to one organization to get money, go to the other and get money, and then contribute ourselves. So there sometimes is a benefit, but it's a lot more relationships to manage from a tourism standpoint.
Okay. Fred?
Yes, regarding your funding, are you getting funds from grants? Are you writing a lot of grants to get funding to support a lot of these projects?
Yeah, one of my departmental KPIs is to get a minimum of $50,000 of grants every year, and then the other one is to try and have at least I think it's 40% of project funding. So every time we have a project, we try to have partners who bring additional funding to the table to be there. And so for the last, I don't know, 6 years, I've exceeded that 50,000 goal by 100% minimum. And so generally we do very good at finding some grants or partnerships throughout the year. We just don't know what they are or when they're coming. And so when we budget, I don't plan for them, I hope for them. Yeah, right. So because if I want to execute, I got to make sure we have some resources, and then I can hopefully have a good news story later.
Okay, Judy. Oh, sorry, Fred.
Sorry.
You have another one?
This extra person that you need, you're telling us you need, approximately, do we have an idea how much that will cost the county?
It was up there, 100.
I see it's in the memories of some of the members of council. Yes. So it was on one of the first slides and it will be in my project proposal after the break.
Okay, Judy?
Okay, just a small piece on the RTO 9 and that, which traditionally has only focused on Ontario and that it's actually working now hand in glove and that with Northern New York State. And that to try to enhance bringing tourism above and below the lake and the river. And there's been discussions and meetings along that line, and the potential impact would benefit the South Central and North Frontenac, but certainly Frontenac Islands. And that's where tourism has a potential right now of having a tremendous boost if we can get some of the cooperating locations along above and below the river and the lake, and that working together. And so I do see that there's actually going to be a real potential of increase of tourism dramatically. And that because there has been historically a loop the lake for cyclists and hikers and things of that nature, but there's never really been one to loop the river. And this way it's looking down to Messina and Ogdensburg and up to Kingston and Frontenac Islands and Cape Vincent. So there's real potential and it's current.
Just on Judy's comment, a lot of our resort operators have comments about pre-COVID and post-COVID. And the Americans are not coming the way they used to. They have the American package to come, they got boat, motors, cottages, meal plans. Now they're not coming, so the Canadians are coming, but they only want 2 or 3 days. And these resorts are set up for 6 or 7 days, so that's the problem. So to regenerate that interest is a great thing. So my comments done.
step into these shoes.
We can note that.
Okay. We're consulting at the moment. We think we're close, but we're not. Okay, we are live and we are continuing with planning and economic development.
Let me just see if I can move the slides. Is there an on-off button on this?
You just have to push it and then wait.
Or select this, the slideshow. There we go. Okay. Thank you for sticking around after the break. My first project proposal is the Community Development Officer proposal. And so we talked about this during the business plan presentation. So I'm just going to give you a bit of background. Many of you have seen the slides, but in 2016, we were able to expand the department from one person to two people with help from the Rural Economic Development Program, a significant program, a significant grant that allowed us to roll out various projects across all the townships, as well as implement the brand and create the ambassador program. We were largely successful on every element of this. This is where open farms emerged from. This is how we created the Ferry by Foot campaign that for Wolf Island. We were able to build out the website, and we also were able to be present with local businesses. This success really led to ongoing projects. So projects that continue to happen that had to be maintained or operated by our team while we continue to grow and see support as businesses look to us as a trusted partner. We became more of a collaborator for local businesses, but also for the townships, as we sort of showed how we could support township initiatives in economic development through partnership. This was a really a growth period and a very successful time for us, especially between 2017 and 2020. In 2020, things sort of went out the window, as it were, with COVID. We responded as best we could, but it was time for us to kind of understand what we were looking at. The first community development officer position that we added really forged those important connections between our organization and the on-the-ground businesses. They were able to be there, be present, be seen, be recognized in the community. And it was really, I think, beneficial for the county as a whole, by having us have somebody out there working on those various initiatives on a regular basis. And so we've continued to keep that role within the department, to lead new initiatives. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, the Destination Development Plan was developed, and it sort of stemmed actually from this work. When we built the Ambassador Network, one of the priorities that the ambassador community had for us was increase visitation to the region, take tourism seriously, bring tourists to here. When we do our business survey, we see that usually around 50% or more of the respondents to our business survey benefit from tourism. They see a financial gain from having tourists to the region. And so that's why tourism is so important. So that's why we moved into with partnership from the two RTOs, the development of the Destination Development Plan. some of the key pieces in that plan are increasing our marketing reach, promotion of arts, culture, and heritage, wayfinding placemaking, sustainable tourism initiatives, and building a modern, consumer-friendly tourism website. And the concept in the destination plan developed by our consultants from MMGY was that we take a map-based outdoor recreation approach. So we use maps to help people find the arts, culture, and heritage, the culinary experiences, the outdoor experiences that they're looking for, all layered within a mapping database, but that's set up in a very consumer-friendly manner so that people can build out their own itineraries and seek that. Ultimately, the consultant recognized in order to do all this, to lead the committees and so forth, we're going to have a resource in place to lead them because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of new work, not continuing a lot of the work that we're already doing. One of the benefits of having the destination plan and having us implement that plan with a person is to increase the economic benefits of these visitors to our region. So we, when we started with the original brand marketing in 2016, our goal was to be recognized, to be like, what's Frontenac? Where's Frontenac? We put it on the map. You know, I sometimes joke with the planning folks that the reason their applications increase is because our brand work in 2016 and 2017 was really good. And then all this investment came along in 2019, 2020. That's probably not 100% true, but we did get some billboards on the highway. We did get ourselves established. People know where Frontenac County is and they've heard of us. And so we met that goal. And now that people have heard of us, we need to manage that attention and we need to make sure that we're supporting the businesses that are supporting those visitors and converting those visitors into repeat customers or into future residents or business owners in our region. And that's what we think we'll be able to achieve with the new community development officer. We'll be able to implement the destination plan. We'll be able to maintain consistent, quick, responsive service to our businesses that have requests of us. We'll be able to seek out investors in investment attraction. As I mentioned in the business plan, it's relatively new to us. And so it's a learning process. And that's difficult to do when we're sort of caught up in our day-to-day. But what the benefit is we know of certain businesses that would succeed in Frontenac. We know of certain market research that is available, certainly along the trail, that would support those businesses, but we don't have the packages put together. We don't have the person to kind of go out and tour people around and show that. That person could be this new person. That person could be Debbie or myself when we take some of the tourism or other initiatives off our plate. And then no matter what we do, no matter how modern we've become in Frontenac, we're much more used to online streaming of meetings, participating in Zoom calls, that sort of thing. Our businesses, the people of interest that we're working with, they're really great at doing those calls in ways that felt like we were expected to get in the car and drive, to have a half-hour meeting that could have been a phone call in different corners of Frontenac County. That expectation is lowered, but there's still a lot of events. There's still a lot of pieces where we could be connecting with the community. And the more of us that there are, the more we can support the townships in connecting with the community and advising people of the services that we have at the county, both in economic development, but also in terms of in planning, because sometimes we're the intake for the planners. And I sort of see the communal services as that moves forward. There's going to need to be a bit of a sales team. There's going to need to be a bit of a promotion of how we do this in this region to other regions and to other potential investors as we want to recruit that. And that's probably going to fit into our business plan more so than the utility that's going to be focused on delivering the services. And so I see that as something that's going to come for this person or our department, and we're going to need capacity to do that. And then social media, we again in 2016, when we launched the brand, we were pretty new to social media too. A lot of the social media work was actually done by the economic development team in collaboration with the communications officer. And we've grown that communications presence to have a visitor focus so we're not just communicating to residents. We have a certain line that residents and businesses need to hear, but when people are looking to come here, they're not necessarily interested in the next to council or committee meeting. They're looking at what their experiences could be. And so we've had to build out that kind of presence and communication structure. And we need to maintain that at least a little bit as we build the community of people who want to come and visit Frontenac. So these are some of the skills that are laid out in the community development officer job description. This is just a real quick overview. When we go out and look for a new community development officer, we're looking for people to move economic development forward from a community perspective. And that means on the ground grassroots work. That's the core of what we do. They also have to be experienced in project management, marketing and branding, and analysis and research. We're really we're a team of multi-tools, a bicycle, multi-tool, Swiss Army knife, and your drill with 15 different bits, but that's what we are. And that's how we adapt our needs to our partners in the townships, and how we adapt our needs to the business community as their needs change. Just for context, we took a look at some of the economic development budgets in Eastern Ontario, and we have the lowest overall budget. We have the lowest overall population of the comparator group as well, but this is where we compare in terms of these budgets. If we also have the least amount of equivalent economic development staff. So Lennox and Addington has 3.3, for example, SDNG 2.5, but then most are somewhere around 4. Like the average, I think, comes out to about 4. And so and one of the interesting things that came up when I was speaking to the various directors and managers of the other counties when I was getting this information is, for example, I was speaking with Hastings, and they're still sort of struggling. They have a small business officer, a marketing person, and a tourism person, as well as a director of economic development. And the tourism is such a big file that he finds it prevents them from doing some of the investment attraction work that he would like to be doing more of, because there's so many opportunities for tourism, and there's so many partners in tourism, and so many relationships to manage in tourism. And so if we're going to do tourism, it behooves us to have somebody who's a consistent contact who can manage those kinds of relationships. And I think that's a key idea to keep in the back of our mind as we go forward. So the cost, you already saw the cost and memorized it on the third slide from the treasurer. So it is a full-time staff member. We would start recruitment in early 2024, and we would look at having that person in place for the spring and summer to learn the ropes. And I've already spoke about some of the benefits, so I'm not going to go through this whole slide here. Hopefully you read it. Part of why I put all these things I normally say on the slides is because the project proposals don't go into the business plans, and so they need more stuff on the slides. We looked at, from a tourism perspective, contracting another agency, so many tourism organizations, including, for example, Lennox and Addington, have an agency on record that support them with their marketing and design needs. So they have a contract with a design agency to provide website support in that. But they have, so they know who to call to get a new web page built, or who to get to come up with a strategy for a new campaign or whatever and support them. It's a pretty standard place. We could, some places, contract an agency to do all of that work, but that really pulls away from having that on the ground relationship building with our local businesses and understanding our communities and the uniqueness of each of our communities when it comes to delivery. If we change the agency because we recruit this agency through our RFP process, then we would have to rebuild those relationships or understanding of and context over time. And so, yes, staff can change too, but ideally we treat our staff really well, and they're going to stick around for a while and build those relationships with us. We could partner with an existing destination organization. So there's the RTO, which we talked about earlier, which is the regional tourism organizations. They cover multiple destinations. A destination, we consider Frontenac County to be a destination. Could be argued that perhaps Wolf Island is its own destination within Frontenac County because it has its own brand or knowledge. But a destination management organization is there to help coordinate marketing, help guide visitors around the destination, and help make sure that the tourism businesses are supporting and understanding what networks are there. They're also about creating collaborative marketing opportunities. There's a really big one right next to us in Kingston. They're super resourced. They have at least a dozen staff members, probably more. They have an agency of record. They could probably, we could probably pay them to provide services and use their infrastructure to support us. But I think that goes back to the same issue that we have with hiring an agency or a design agency to do the work. They might be able to build the relationships with us, but then we might lose priority to that primary destination's priorities. And I'm not sure we want to do that where we're at right now from a tourism development strategy standpoint. We still work with Kingston. We work with Kingston a lot. We partner with them a lot, and we're going to continue to. But it's one of those things that we looked at when we considered this option. I just want to finish this project proposal with a bit from our brand standards that we developed in consultation with the tourism community. We talked about key values of being a rural community that values genuine human connection. And I think that really, that statement really embodies how we've done economic development for the last 5-6 years, maybe longer, as long as I've been around. I think in order for us to continue doing that and for us to continue providing additional value, we need to have an additional human to help us provide that human connection. Any questions about this project proposal?
Okay, open it up for questions, comments. Seeing none. All right, great. Oh, sorry, Jerry.
Thanks, Richard. Good presentation. I have a question about full-time staff. Did you consider hiring a contractor or suggesting a contractor, someone on contract for 2 or 3 years? See where this goes.
We considered that, and I think that ultimately we could see where that goes, but ultimately the nature of a contract piece makes it harder to keep somebody, especially in their competitive environment. So right now it's very competitive. The job market, it's leveling out a little bit, but contract jobs are less exciting or less of an in because it's the workers could go where they need to go or where they want to go right now. It's a lot harder to maintain people in a contract job. They like that security, and we've been seeing this play out in a number of places where there's a grant funded people who are doing great work for organizations like, say, the RTOs, but they don't know. And even in the RTOs, they're supposed to have their business plan in January, but sometimes they don't know if their funding is secured and if the jobs that are tied to that funding will continue until, 6 months later. And so it's very difficult. And we'd rather secure somebody who we can be sure is going to be there for the long term.
Okay, Ron?
Don't take any of this personal.
I've got
The
my
the
arm.
county's plan was huge, was a huge commitment of all the municipalities for the K and P Trail, which we all supported. I have not had one, and I don't talk to everybody. Business tell me because of the county's help, I decided to come here. Now, maybe I'm not talking to the right people. Frontenac Business Services, and maybe they're promoting it better, but I hear that all the time. Because of their help, because I went to them, because of this, and maybe they're promoting it different, because as you know, that every year they have their thing where they promote all the businesses that they did. And that's why I'm wondering, are you trying to do some of FBS's services when you said that you're trying to work at encouraging them through incentives, blah, blah, blah? The 3 or 4 major projects on the horizon or that have happened in South Frontenac, they did not mention Frontenac County to me. So, and the other part I'm wondering is this replacing what basically Allison was doing until something else happened? Not enough staff, I don't know, but the building of the business retention, all of these things was started when that position was here. And they got the whole business network started and working together. And then we haven't, I'm not saying you're not working with them, but then I haven't heard as much of it. And is it because staffing or the focus changed? I know we always had to deal a lot with the trail. So I really struggle with adding this position. And is there any way that you can actually measure? And I know the answer is no, so I don't know why I asked about a return on investment.
Okay, yeah, the third one's going to be a hard one, but so your first question, yeah, so our role, and we've struggled with this since the 2020 Black Line service delivery review. We were feeling like we were at capacity in terms of our initiatives that we built and grew well over the course of the rural economic development program. And we said, okay, well, we have to make some decisions. Let's bring in a service delivery review to help us make decisions about how we do that. Their recommendation was that we stop supporting businesses, local businesses directly, because people are already doing that. Frontenac Business Services, the townships, the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Center in Kingston. But what we realized when we started to pull away in 2021 and 2022 was that these businesses actually look to us to build the connections between businesses. So we're not there to offer a loan, and we don't have incentives in place at this stage yet. We don't have anything from a financial perspective, and we don't offer any business coaching. But we are easy to find and easy to connect to those places. And we're also very good at building partnerships between businesses. So that's the role we play when we say we're supporting the business community. We're a community building. You could call it like a chamber kind of aspect. We're not business coaches and we're not business advisors. That's not what we do. The other work, so the work that you mentioned that was in place, as part of the rural economic development program, all those projects, all of those essentially projects, most of them lingered. Most of them became something new. Most of them became bigger, open farms, for example. And so they actually didn't go away. And because we built this network of businesses, new ideas and new requests were also coming in for how we could support and connect to other organizations. We've never had a better relationship with the townships than we have right now, but it takes time to go and meet with the townships and to work with the townships and to coordinate our efforts with the townships. When we put out the business survey last year, we put out the business survey at the same time as North Frontenac put out their own survey. So we're going to coordinate our survey efforts this year. That takes work to make that happen. How do we measure return on investment? Well, if we get moving, if we get this CIP going, we have somebody who has dedicated time to sell it. There'll be dollars and cents that we can measure coming in. If we have a destination development plan, we now have the ability to get research that tells us how many unique visitors come to our region. We can baseline that and understand where that is using mobile data. Those kinds of things in 2017, in 2018, 2019 were new and or expensive. Now they're much more, they're not cheap, but they're more affordable and possible for that. We're also able to, when we bring in this person, understand like through the establishment of like the website and website use, how much attention Frontenac County is getting, and it is possible, but harder to develop this. Is you can set up your website to see how many times somebody is going from your website to a partner, a business's website. So we're driving business to partner websites, that sort of thing. So we're able to do that with analytics now. So there are some metrics that we can build out to and that we're looking at to support all of those pieces.
Okay, Judy.
Thank you for your presentation. And I do think that we have been understaffed now, especially when you look at this destination plan that really needs to have the full implementation and support behind it, and the metrics to show that it's actually contributing, whether it's from the formation of new businesses or dollars increase being spent in the area. But I think if we don't make that investment at this point in time, and you can put, whatever KPIs attached to it, and then we can revisit in 3 years, I don't think it's had a fair kick at the can, irregardless of COVID or anything else, but I don't think it's had the dedicated resource to do it. So I think that given the investment already in that, this would be additional but needed, and that to see if it's actually going to pay off. And I have a strong suspicion it probably will, but I'd like to see the data around it. One thing, when you mentioned the open farms aspect, when we were on the tour this year, there was a newly elected OMAFRA representative in the area, and I'm wondering if we can partner a lot more strongly with OMAFRA and maybe hand over some of that to them, because they were very impressed by what was going on and the effort in. At the very least, maybe we can get some funding from.
Yes, I think you're, Councillor, you were speaking to the Frontenac Federation of Agriculture district representative that was on our tour. OMAFRA has been a good partner, but they're in economic development, but they funded that rural economic development program that was so transformative for us. Those types of programs don't exist right now. They're much more specific. They're much more investment, attraction based, and specific to that. So if we're able to build out a strategy for investment, then we will be able to tap some of that OMAFRA funding. However, most of their programs now, in terms of coaching or delivering, they have specific programs that they deliver, and they don't really go outside that. That's downtown revitalization. I can't remember what it's called, but it was where you visit another community and come back. They have a food program that they're doing. They're actually doing in partnership with South Frontenac. That event is taking place on November 8th, I think, at the Kingston East Community Center. And so they're delivering that program on behalf of South Frontenac and the city of Kingston for rural providers of food.
Okay, I have just a couple of questions. If your job on the trail wasn't your job, would you be able to do what needs to be done in this portfolio?
Forgive me, Deputy Warden, but I'm going to ask you to elaborate on your question.
Okay, if we had someone else to manage the trails on a contract, so they would take the calls when it needed dust, they'd take the calls when it had holes or whatever, so that you basically didn't deal with trails. would you be able to do the function of this job?
That might be possible. My time, really my time lately in terms of trails hasn't been filled with filling the potholes. It's managing the relationships on the trail in terms of conflict between different trail partners, trail users, developing policies that contractors would follow on the trail, and and also dealing with a couple things in the courts. So in terms of development and acquisition, the actual construction piece isn't a significant part of my time. It's the contract writing and all of that other stuff that comes along with it, that where it fills my time.
My other question is, when you were speaking to LNA, did they happen to say anything what their budget was for TV advertising? Because you see it all the time, Lennox and Addington, and from the south end to the north end, and some pretty impressive advertising at key times, which is CKWS news time.
And no, but I can find out.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, Jerry?
Now that you mentioned LNA, they're also all over Facebook. They have these drives and so on, scenic. We don't have that. And we have motorcycle groups and whatever else, but that's not coming from Frontenac. That's coming from Lanark or whatever.
Yes, yeah. LNA has a dedicated individual committed to tourism who's supported by an agency, and so he that tourism officer, Mr. Plumley, we speak a lot. He works with the RTOs on initiatives, and he's had a very good slow growth strategy in building out these rides and these routes. And they've been very successful in LNA at attracting certain markets, from stargazers to cyclists. So yeah, and geocaching. They're also very big in LNA.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No. All right. Thank you, Richard. I think you're back. You're still going, are you? What's next?
That was the big and hard one. Okay. So
Now we get the easy one.
Here's just a slide of all those pieces, but in numbers. So I had a graph before in case you ask me specifics about per capita investment or something like that. And that was that's in your package. So I'll let you refer to that. Okay, so recruitment of medical professionals. We already spoke about this earlier today. This is a short slide period because most of you have been involved in the conversation thus far. We all are aware of the shortage of family physicians within the region. We received and granted a request earlier this year to support that. We did not we were turned down by the recruitment firm for a Canadian physician. So we haven't come up with a plan to move forward. But one of the discussions was that if we were to compete on incentives or whatever, we probably need to start saving to have some dollars set aside for recruitment. So we've supported in the last 2 years, we've supported sending the existing physicians and their support staff to a conference to recruit. We've helped coordinate business relationships to build out gift baskets to collect information. We've held monthly meetings. We've printed materials for them and sort of helped support them really informally, but on a regular basis to move forward with this idea. We created a video to support the recruitment efforts that spoke about building out what it's like to be a physician in Frontenac County. So we brought all this information to the Planning and Economic Development Committee in August, and they recommended that we continue to put these dollars in the reserve. My slide's wrong here. It should be 22,000. I think we fixed it, but then we didn't fix it. Didn't hit save or something, but we'll have to probably amend that when it comes to the final conversation here. But the other recommendation that came from that committee was that nurse practitioner recruitment be included as part of that overview. And so they provided that recommendation at that committee, and you can see that my apologies, is I'm not familiar with this slide. So so we want to continue saving money to support recruitment of healthcare professionals to Frontenac County. But I also agree that we should probably probably build out a strategy for our use of those funds. And I'm happy to have that direction before that's released from reserve or whatever. But I think what we've been learning through our discussions is there's multiple approaches besides just putting $100,000 on the table and saying we're the same as everybody else, but prettier, and hope that we can get people. I think in my discussions with other physicians that are existing in recruitment, there are other ideas about retention programs or municipal co-investment on infrastructure like clinics or buildings, or going and speaking with Perth that has had very successful recruitment without bonuses to learn from them, or to go to Napanee that had successful recruitment with bonuses to see what worked with them. But again, that's time that we would like to spend doing that. And when we get there, we probably will need some or all of that money to fulfill that strategy when we get there. And that's our recommendation.
Ron?
You answered part of it. I think there does need to be a plan that, okay, now we've got 100,000 sitting there, and what have we done? So I do think there needs to be a plan. But as I'm sure everybody saw, Brockville just rolled out this huge marketing plan to get a doctor. And they are unbiased to say our plan is to steal one from somewhere else. So they're not even looking at attracting a new doctor. They hope that happens, but they've said right in their marketing that they're hoping to steal one from a larger community. So that's where I struggle. I don't think anybody has an answer. I mean, if you go to the city of Kingston, they'll tell you we're way behind and we have no answer, and they have money, right? So it's something different than money, and that's what we have to find.
Yes. Go ahead, Judy.
Okay. It's lifestyle that we're dealing with the newer generation that really are focused on what is lifestyle for them. And I've seen that repeatedly in that where the difference of having a bike lanes on your streets make a difference, the difference of having trails for them to walk, safe schools for the kids, whatever. I think we should tie it right into our branding of Frontenac. I think we should have videos of some of our existing doctors that say, this is why I live in the area, and this is what this is my home near the water, whether it's on an island or one of the other lakes, etc. But making that connection and telling them about the lifestyle of Frontenac Islands is our selling point. We're not Toronto. We're not trying to compete. We can always make the point we're just a train ride away from Montreal, Toronto, or Ottawa, etc. and that, but your lifestyle is really Frontenac brand different. And I think that that's our best hook, because the younger doctors that you really might want to recruit, and you may get some older doctors that want to retire here, but they are looking for that lifestyle, and also making the point that we have good internet connection almost everywhere now.
I think we'll need lots of arguments as we go down the road on this, but I think for today, let's move on unless there's more questions. Oh, Bill?
Thank you, Deputy Warden. If my math is right, it'll take us 4 years to get to $88,000. I'm wondering whether, and I'm a fiscal conservative, just for the record, I'm wondering if the 20,000 or 22 we're putting aside is sufficient to get us some action in the near term.
It's a good question. I think we start with this because I think part of it is how do we collaborate with our other partners, the other municipal partners, so this is where we're saying, okay, we can do this, and maybe our economic development department will spend some more time on this but you're going to need to put some resources at the table to help do this. And it could be infrastructure, it could be whatever, but we need to maybe do that plan or figure out a strategy before we talk about increasing it. So, but I think this gives us money to ensure that we can go to a conference or pursue something if it's in the near term. The other thing is that those bonuses are often over 5 years. So we know that we have some set aside for at least an initial commitment, and then we can increase or set aside as we need to. If we continue to make this plan for 5 years, we will have enough money for one bonus, but we know we need more if we're going the bonus route. So that's my so it's not enough, but I think it's enough for right now.
Just to deal with the fact of money, Charlotte Lake Family Health Team, we are one of the rural communities, so we have 80 to 100,000 for a doc to come. We haven't had a doctor interested that we could offer them more. So it's to get somebody on the hook that you can negotiate some dollars with. And it's not something that's going to be solved real fast. Anyway, Ron?
So would the rest of the county be satisfied if South Frontenac ended up with all the money then? Because we can't get, right? We can't get that funding because
Money
we're
won't-
not rural enough.
Money won't get you the doc. We've got it. It ain't working. Jerry?
First of all, I'm glad, thank you. First of all, I'm glad that Bill mentioned, is it enough? Because that was my concern, that it isn't enough. Because we put like 92 to $100,000 on the table, and so far we haven't been able to recruit anybody. But people in North Frontenac gravitate either to Perth or to Charlotte Lake. Or on the west side, they gravitate towards Northbrook, which is just a few kilometers outside the North Frontenac Western line. I just don't want everybody in this room at this particular table to forget that there is something north of South Frontenac. Exactly. But yes, but the majority of the population is there. And that's where you're going to stand the greatest chance of getting medical professions and so on to come. It's more difficult as you go north. And of course, the incentive funding drops off. And it might be something like, especially in a smaller place, we can provide housing, we can do this, we can do that. There are no easy answers, but I do have a concern that the 20,000 may not be enough. So if you come back here 6 months from now and say, oh, we need another 20,000 and we can do this, that I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Shall we go on? What's next?
Thank you, Deputy Warden. So my next project proposal is Frontenac Internet Performance Testing. And just as a preamble, this went through the PDAC committee in August as well, and they had a presentation from the Canadian Internet from CIRA, and CIRA provides high-speed service, and I'll talk about that. So background is there's a rollout for high-speed internet taking place in Eastern Ontario right now, funded both federally and provincially. The province has an interactive map that shows us where those projects are pending and where they're coming in. We've actually included some of those maps here in the presentation, so you can see we're in North Frontenac. All those purple projects are pending projects, so coming online for high-speed internet. There's it's north of South Frontenac, Central Frontenac, some of the green in the middle, and it's hard to see the green from the purple on these maps, but is existing projects, and the purple are incoming projects. So you can see there's numerous kilometers of fiber being put into Frontenac County. Here's South Frontenac, and again, a significant outlay. These are promised, and they're promised to meet the minimum speeds of 50 down and 10 up as part of the requirement. But how do we know? That's the real question here. Oh, sorry, Frontenac Islands also. So the whole network coming to Frontenac Islands as a planned high-speed internet project. So CIRA offers an internet performance test that's off network. And so it helps ensure that the quality of internet connections across Canada are in place. And so what they can do is they can measure connection performance and provide statistics around download and upload speeds, packet loss and latency and jitter. So households can go to this place, and there are other internet performance testing apps out there, and some, but those are often marketing, or they don't provide a true clean test, because CIRA is a not-for-profit. They make their primary funding comes from selling the .ca domain and from cybersecurity services that they provide. They're much more interested in just growing the quality of internet in Canada. And so they can create a landing page similar to what's here, but focused on Frontenac County, that we would then market on social media and through our partners to Frontenac County residents to use to test their internet. And this would provide CIRA and Frontenac County and our partners with information about what internet speeds are looking like in different areas of Frontenac County. So, and which providers are providing those services, and whether it's and there's some questions in terms of that about whether it's what was promised in their package, and if they're getting what's promised in their package, that's how much they pay, that sort of thing as well, to be filled out confidentially on the survey, or they can create an account so they can do consistent tests over time. So after the presentation by Mr. Beal, the Planning and Economic Development Committee endorsed this project and said that we should include it in our budget. And as the treasurer alluded to, we're recommending that come from the Community Development Reserve and not off of the levy this year. This is how we look at the cost over time. So we would phase in the testing service fee. So the fee is $4,000, but they'll start us at $3,000. And then we phase it in over time to 4,000. So 2024, 3,000 up to 4,000 at 2026. And then we start with some heavier service promotion in the early days while these projects are going on, getting people online on the project and going forward. That promotion, the large portion of that cost would actually be the billboards that work very well for a lot of our projects that we would place across the county. And then we would have some Facebook marketing as well that we pay for, but it wouldn't be as much. So it'd be probably about 50-50 physical and digital marketing to support it. And so we're thinking $5,000 a year for the next 3 years in terms of seeing if this we can understand and provide information about high-speed data. This information is going to be very useful for our department in terms of recruiting those people who are looking for that recreation lifestyle, that third pillar, where we can say we have data that supports that we have fast internet, or we can even tell you which locations that fast internet is in the region. We have data that shows where the infrastructure is going, but we don't know how it's going to perform. So we can also provide that the reports in custom geography, so we can customize around hamlets or around districts or wards if we really wanted to understand it at that granular level, as well as, of course, at the township levels, or on each island. We might want to know just how well is Simcoe doing in terms of its performance, and we can tell you that. So that's the proposal is to create a page with CIRA to encourage Frontenac County residents to test the speed of their internet, so that we can hold those private interests who are rolling out internet projects across the region to account, and make sure that we're able to then talk about how great our internet really is in Frontenac County when it gets great.
Okay, Ron and then Fred.
I guess the first one, aren't the providers of the service telling everyone what they are doing? I mean, we're telling everyone in the county, well, these are where the towers are going. This is the projects that are happening. All of these things are happening. Is it the county's job to tell residents, provider told you were getting 50, you're only getting 30. What are you going to do about it? Well, I think you should go fight them, right? And every time another tower is added, the data has just changed. So I have a hard time understanding why this would be that relevant. I know it's coming out of a reserve, but that relevant that we need to know what this information is. And I guess on the flip side, and I would look to the CAO for that. Would EORN not Eastern say, we can give you that information. How much is out there now?
At this point, EARN only monitors the cellular, not
The
the
internet.
fixed broadband, but they do provide us with that data on a monthly basis as to where they are with the towers.
Right. So anyway, that's just my comments.
Okay. Richard, any response?
Don't think
Okay.
so.
All right, Fred.
Thank you. When I looked at that map, with all the green lines and all the different townships, are we talking about fiber?
So I'm not sure what the specific infrastructure that would be, likely some form of fiber. The guarantee is that the performance is what they're implementing. So whatever infrastructure they're putting in, it could be cable or fiber or DSL, but they're saying that it's going to deliver 50 megabits download and 10 megabits upload.
It's just that I have a system right now. I don't want to talk about what the name of the company is, but I mean, I have a satellite on my house and I get really, really high performance from that, and I'm quite satisfied. There are other things out there that might be more convenient to have for an individual in a home rather than just something that's on the ground like fiber. It might be fast, but it might take a lot more to get it to your home.
And I think by the time we get fiber north of 7, it'll be a long time coming. Jerry.
So if it, like, I think it's only $5,000, so I think this is okay. But it does have to take into account somehow, or more and more people seem to want to move to the country or to a rural setting because they can work from home. And in order to work from home, they need good cellular, and above all, they need really good internet service. So you're into SpaceX's Starlink, mention the name, or you're in you're relatively close to one of the new cell towers that's actually broadcasting internet. Excuse me. And eventually they're supposed to put in fiber, but who knows when and where. I think though, as a start, this is good. It's only $5,000. That's why I'm looking at it. If it was 55,000, maybe different story.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. If not, we'll move on. What's next? And our time is getting short.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
My presentations get shorter and shorter as we go.
And your clicker's not working.
Yeah, no,
You've worn it out.
But you did take most of the
I
time.
heard it. Yeah, no, I'm so hot right now, guys. Okay. So, it's just, you know, all your attention is so welcomed. This is and I alluded to this before, this is about the destination development plan implementation. The foundational part of the destination plan is the tourism website. We have a tourism website right now. It's an evolution of what was a business-oriented website for attracting investment. So it was called Frontenac.ca. We put it together in 2016 and 2017. And we put together a number of services that we thought the business community wanted. But the business community wanted more marketing for tourism. And so we started including more and more tourism information on this website. And then when COVID-19 hit, we went fully into turning it into a tourism website because our tourism operators were the most scared of our operators. A lot of our other businesses actually did quite well. They adapted, they pivoted, they figured out how to continue to work. But our tourism operators struggled because a lot of them served an American population. So even when we were able to move freely in Ontario, we couldn't service the American customers that they had been serving for 30, 40, 50 years. So we converted to tourism website to help new people find Frontenac County and find tourism opportunities in Frontenac County. All right. Okay, I guess I was going really well for a while. I'm good now. There's only certain capabilities invested in that infrastructure of that existing website that was developed in 2017. They don't meet the expectations of the consumer visitor market now in terms of how to build an itinerary, discover things now. And so we need to refresh and redevelop a new tourism website to serve as the foundation for implementing the recommendations in the Destination Development Plan. The Destination Development Plan recommends a map or asset-based approach for all three pillars: outdoor recreation, culinary tourism, arts and culture, and heritage. So the idea is to collect all these assets, put them together on a map, and then make it easy for someone to plan their trip using our website with those various layers. They also recommend that we try to orient it not based on roads, have the roads on there, but to really lean into our outdoor recreation assets through our trail network and our provincial parks and our recreation areas, so that people can see those first and then the roads second, and how to get around the region. That's all in the destination plan. If you haven't read it yet, I've mentioned it enough times this morning that I hope you do. This is our existing website and what it looks like. It has information on where to stay, things to do, information about local food, specific information about traveling to Wolf Island, where we can collect that information, update that content, but we can't map it on this website. And you can see on here that it still has a business directory and some of the functionality that was in its previous economic development website piece. There's nothing wrong with a business directory on a tourism website, though, so I don't have a problem with that. I gave you some examples. I don't know if you checked them out, but here are some examples of some great places. And as you mentioned, Lennox and Addington do a great job with tourism, and their website is really user-friendly, provides itineraries, has lots of graphics that can help people find their way around. Bay of Quinte does a great job in terms of that as well. I put Zurich on there, and mostly because they do a really good job of including crowdsourced photos, so photos that come from visitors to the region. So that instead of using their own photographers, they have just reels and reels and reels of Instagram photos that are integrated into their website. Obviously, they go through a filter to make sure that the right photos are on their website and not something inappropriate. Visit Penticton is a website that I really have been impressed with in my research so far, where they have this map-based tool on the right with itineraries associated with it. So the Kettle Valley Railway Trail, South Spur Access. It has about 7 or 8 destinations on the rail trail that you can visit. Shows you a map, and then there's at the top, if you want a printable itinerary, you can press a button and get a printable itinerary out of it, which is really great for pulling things together. This is how their itinerary looks when you move it to a printable version on the left. And they also have a business directory that's highly visual to help inspire people to go and explore other places in Penticton. This is what that crowdsourced images look like. Visit Penticton also uses that tool, so you can see photos that people took while on their trails and in their being tourists in their region, included as part of their gallery to help inspire more visitation to the region. So instead of getting their own photographers, that they're getting people to provide their own experiences as a reason to come visit. On the website. We spoke about this at length at the Planning and Economic Development Committee in August, and and the Planning and Economic Development Committee also recommended that we move forward with this. You can view the discussion online, and you can see the recommendation here. We think it'll be $60,000 from the Community Development Reserve for the development of a new map-based website. We looked at leaving the existing site there, which is, as I mentioned, limited in its ability to perform as a consumer website, and it's not able to host this mapping platform that the destination plan recommends. We could eliminate the website altogether and not have to worry about it and free up some time. But then how are people going to discover or plan their trips? Government websites are like the #2 way that people plan their trip, international people especially plan their trip. So the places put together by destination organizations or governments are still one of the main ways that people plan their trip once they're inspired, and they get inspired on social media. And then we could also do something like we discussed before. We could outsource our web content to another place, to have another organization manage all of our web content for us under the umbrella of their destination or their piece. It may be less for us to manage. They may already have the capability because they already have built a website, but we might not lose lack of control or brand position if we did that. Any questions? I think that was my last one.
I think
So-
you have one more KP Trail.
Yeah, but that's later. That's I get to go away for an hour or two.
Thoughts?
Any questions about the website?
Enhanced dust suppression? No? Bill?
Sorry, at the risk of extending the meeting. Do the RTOs not have websites that we can build off of, again, using that resource? Three-part question. The example you showed had businesses on there as well. Is that a revenue source if we built this? And the third question I forgot, so you're down to two.
So the RTOs do have websites, and they have sub-websites that highlight our region. They mostly, though, try to direct people to our website. So they've been more interested in serving as like that marketing wing, that inspiration side of things. So if we have the information together, we can partner with the RTOs to bring influencers or social media or participate in TV campaigns or something like that to get people to find us. So we get them inspired with the RTOs because they're more outward facing than we even are, and have a broader reach than we do. And then we provide them. At the end of the day, we would still have to populate that information. And if we're on the RTO website, we're competing with the other 5 or 9 destinations that we're working with there. The revenue source, good idea, interesting. We do that with signs on the KMP trail. It's not really revenue. It's like it's like a cost recovery process. We could probably do something similar where it's relatively affordable for businesses to participate on the website. They pay a small annual fee, and then that might actually help them pay attention to how their images are and their listings are on there. It's something to explore with the business community.
Okay, any other questions? We're running about 3 minutes behind. Jerry?
Keep it less than 1 minute.
Okay,
Okay, here's a comment. I like the idea. I think in 2023, 24, people are becoming more and more tech savvy. They want to click, they want to see what it is, they want to see for themselves, they want to see the pretty pictures, and then they'll decide whether they want to go or not to go. If we don't have it there, something to entice them, they're not going to come. They're going to stay right in Kingston, do Old Fort Henry, do the downtown, and leave. It's that simple, in my opinion.
jiggle it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have legislative services, and Jeanette's going to be doing that. And I'm going to be controlling the monitor, I think. Thank you, Alex.
Well,
I
I
know.
thought you might be
blame them.
looking forward to my presentation because really legislative services is all about you guys. It really is. So
Not about your raises.
but seriously, a majority of my role is supporting council and what you do. So I do say it seriously that a lot of this is about you guys. So I hope you enjoy. So just to look at some of our accomplishments in the clerk function role from 2023. So the biggest one there is that we adjusted to a new working environment and procedures without our offices. So we actually welcomed the public back into council meetings. And we really would like to thank the Township of South Frontenac for allowing us to be housed in your council chamber over the last year. It did allow us to allow the public back in. It gave us that larger space that we didn't have at the CRCA. So thank you. So that was one of our biggest accomplishments. Council orientation, again, you all had those orientation sessions back in January. And we really do want to make sure that we continue that education so that you're well prepared and equipped to do the job that you were elected to do. The third one there is that we had led the county through its strategic plan. So you do have a new strategic plan for this term of council. I would also like to point out that during that whole process, Matt Mills, our communications officer, really took the lead on pushing this through channels and reaching out to the schools and the youth so that the voice of the youth was heard. So thank you, Matt, to all of that. Number 4 there is that we began a lean process on our TomRIMS filing system, our network drive. So this project will look at how we're coding our documents and making sure that they're filed correctly and making sure that everyone's filing consistently. The next one there is we carried out a successful joint orientation with township councils regarding the integrity commissioner training. So this was done with all councils. It gave them an update on their codes of conduct, the responsibilities under that, as well as the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Number 6 there was we led the process for the term of council's joint integrity commissioner. So this was something carried out by all 5 municipal clerks. And our new integrity commissioner for this term of council, of course, is Cunningham Swan, which is led by Tony Fleming. And then the last 2 there really focus on accessibility. So we focused on ensuring that our documents going up on the website are accessible. You'll see a little different thing this year with your agenda. You have 2 links now, one to accessible documents and one to the pretty ones that you're seeing here, so to speak. And then we ensured that we were compliant under all 5 standards of the AODA. So those are the customer service standard, the communication standard, the employment standard, the transportation standard, and the design of public spaces standard. Some of the accomplishments in terms of emergency management, we have to date met our legislative requirements under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. We carried out our annual exercise, and as Mr. Pender noted in his briefing last week at council, that was based on the upcoming 2024 April solar eclipse and how we are going to handle the mass influx of people that are anticipated because we are in that path of totality. We've reviewed our emergency management plan. We've also carried out public awareness as well as focused on training. These are all requirements under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. But the last one there is we're really taking a key focus on the development of continuity of operations plans for both departments as well as the county as a whole. So continuity of operations plans, they really look at the services that we have, who's affected by those services, how often we deliver that service, whether it's daily, monthly, weekly, our health and safety of people at risk in terms of that service, any financial ramifications if the service is disrupted, any environmental or property damage risks, again, with disruption of service, our reputation, and is it at risk depending on how long a service might be down, and do other municipalities also rely on the service that we provide. So these COOPs are really going to help us when there is a potential disruption in service and know where we can pull from. And I would like to thank Kevin Farrell for that as well, because we are doing that as a team. In terms of communication, again, as always, Matt carries out public outreach and engagement for our strategic plan. As I mentioned, he's did the majority of work with that. In terms of public communications, we really pushed out the redevelopment of our whole county complex compound, both the admin building and the paramedic base. We've looked at ongoing strategic reputation. So that really focused on some key projects such as the Neighbors Saving Neighbors project and the volunteer recruitment and environment home. Also measured our audience interaction on our new Engage Frontenac site that went live in late 2021. We also continue to increase public interactions and public outreach. Another one there is we continue to collect data so that we're now able to do data analysis on all of our social media platform channels. And there's a number of committees there that Matt sits on that are external in terms of services that we provide. So the key ones there were the Wolf Island Ferry Docks Redevelopment Communication Committee, the Frontenac, Lennox and Addington Ontario Health Teams Communication Working Group, also partners with Queens and the Kingston Police. So our overview for 2024, so moving council into the new council chamber, and I hope everybody's excited because I know staff are. We will continue with that lean project. It will go into 2024. We're going to look to carry out a current state assessment of our records management, and there's a project proposal that's coming a little later with that. We're looking at onboarding the new Joint Integrity Commissioner. So as I noted, Cunningham Swan, led by Tony Fleming, is our new Integrity Commissioner. So we'll be looking at our codes of conduct and any other policies that might need a refresh. And then lastly, there we have the energy conservation and demand management plans. So this was required previously under OREG 50718, which was actually revoked earlier this year and replaced with OREG 2523, which covers all broader public sector organizations and the requirement to have an energy conservation and demand management plan that must be updated every 5 years. So that is due July 1st of 2024. This is just a quick slide on some of the key service levels that we provide in the clerk's office. We provide meeting management for council and committee. So as of September 30th, we supported 21 meetings and processed 106 reports that went on to those meetings. We also are the information and privacy officers for the county. So we process MFIPA and PHIPA requests as well as submit our annual reporting to the IPC. So as of September 30th, we had processed 6 MFIPA or PHIPA files, as well as spent a very high volume number of hours in mediation and adjudication, resulting from a request that was made back in 2022. So this is just a look at some of our key service levels there in the participation of how the public participates with council. So the orange line there is delegations and the blue line is delegations and the orange line is communications that come forward to council. So as you can see from the blue line, delegations really began to fall, but in 2023, they have jumped back up. We've moved from 1 in 2022 back up to 4 in 2023. We suspect that this is likely a result of being back in person meetings. And then in terms of communication, again, there's a jump from 169 in 2022 to 185, and that's only as of September. So that will again climb by the end of the year. And my favorite slide, look who's watching you. So this is your live streaming, and this is the number of people that watch council meetings and committee meetings. So I just made a few notes here. For council this year, the average view was between 80 to 90 per meeting, with 127 views in June. And that was when we had the request for extension to the KMP Trail. In addition, day 1 of the 2023 budget meeting back in February saw 239 views, and day 2 saw 137 views. So everybody smile because there are a lot of people watching you today. In terms of the Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee, there was an average of between 67 and 70 people that were watching those meetings, with July seeing the highest number of views at 150. And of course, that is when you had your public meeting for the request on the KMP Trail. Again, with our measurable engagement, So this is just looking at engagement over the years. And again, engagement is a little bit different than followers or likes. People are actually participating in what we do on our social media platforms, whether they make a comment, whether they're directed to another website. It does go up and down throughout the year, and this really is based on what is happening during that month. So you see the spikes in the summer, early fall, which is typically when open farms is happening, but that's what pushes that graph up and down. And then in terms of our top posts, and again, you do see these on a monthly basis when Mr. Pender does provide his monthly CAO briefing. But among our most engaged with web pages and social media posts in 2023, the most visited non-landing web pages were the career pages, followed by the using the ferry pages and on the frontenac.ca, and then our visit frontenac.ca, our maps and GIS pages. The top performing social media posts were related to the Stockport American Cup competition, a glamour shot of the Wolf Islander 3 and 4, with those ferries passing together, and paid promotional social media advertising on open farm days. And then, of course, there's the recruitment page. And this is just a graph, showing again how well our Engage Frontenac page is growing. So as I mentioned earlier, it started in late 2021 and it continues to grow. And as of 2023, there are over 6,000 people that are viewing this. So just our risk and mitigation, as I always noted, it's always legislation and shift in provincial policy direction that has the potential to affect you. We saw this when we saw the incoming of the requirement for an integrity commissioner, as well as the incoming for the ombudsman. These add costs to municipalities. So again, we still have that strong Mayor's Building Homes Act out there. And we see that monitoring from the province, they are slowly and gradually rolling out more and more municipalities to that strong mayor. So where it stops, we don't know. The other one there as well is privacy breaches. So they do have an ability to put the county at risk. There are fines and penalties that could go along with those. So in terms of mitigation, we always mentor with our partners. We have AMCTO, we have AMO. We also have an EOWC clerks group, because upper tiers have sometimes little different things to look at than single tier or lower tiers. So we also have that. And then we also ensure training. So we do a monthly onboarding that provides MFIPA and PHIPA training for all staff, especially Fairmount Home, because one of the biggest issues right now is privacy breaches in terms of personal health information. So our initiatives for 2024 to 28, again, we continue with the development of the old house. And one of the big ones will be moving everybody back into that building, especially council. But as well, we do have initiatives. We are going to start looking more seriously at electronic records management. So there is a project proposal that will be coming just after this presentation. But are there any questions?
Okay, Ron, and then Judy.
I don't have a question. I have a comment. Because of Jeanette's excellent emergency training exercise, the tri-board has changed the PA date to the eclipse day.
Excellent.
We had that question that day, and sure enough, tri-board has changed it.
Good to know. Judy.
I was just curious in that what value you get from being on the as a county representative for the ferry docks on Wolf Island during the construction, I assume, in that because those are both owned by MTO. And I just wondered why you're there and what you're getting back, because I haven't heard a report back.
I'm just going to invite Matt to speak to that.
Welcome, Matt.
Good morning. Yeah, it's difficult to describe. I attend, and there are typically a description of the sort of engineering work, the construction work ongoing. in terms of timelines and the things that I understand are important to the residents of Wolf Island, maybe less valuable. So my role is to listen. I understand that your CAO also is on the same committee. As with all of the communications committees that I sit on, it's informational. But you know, if it's useful to you, I can pass on the agendas and the minutes from those meetings as well.
Sorry, Fred.
So I have a question for our clerk.
For Matt.
For you. No, for you. Jeanette, sorry. When somebody sends a letter in, whether it's from an organization, they send it to one of us. Does that get posted in communications and go on to the website at all? Or
So
on the agenda?
So how communications work are there communications that are fed to me that people want to send to council. The majority of them are resolutions from other municipalities, and that's of course so that everybody knows what's happening across the province and what sort of issues each municipality is facing or what's important to them and what's not. And then council has the opportunity, if they choose to, if they want to support one of those. But if communication is provided to me that somebody wants to flow out to all of council, that is what is posted on your agenda, and those are included in those weekly Friday packages that you're sent.
How should that be addressed? Should that be addressed to the warden and council, or can it be just addressed to the warden and somebody else?
So most of the ones I receive are addressed to council, but even if you receive something from a member of the public, from one of your own constituents, and you feel that it's relevant information for all of council, you can certainly forward it to me. And then it just gets noted on the agenda that it's actually coming from Councillor Fowler regarding, you know, correspondence that he's received from a constituent concerning whatever it's concerning.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all your work.
No worries.
Ron.
And just on that note, in case some councillors don't know, if there's an information item there in a letter from some municipality looking for a resolution or any of those things, at the council meeting, you could say, could I have that issue brought back for discussion at the next council meeting?
Okay.
And so those Friday packages do go out every week. So if, for example, a package went out this week and there was a resolution from another municipality that you were interested in supporting, you can always let me know and say, I'd like to put a motion on the upcoming council agenda.
Okay. No other questions or comments? Excellent. Is there more to your report tonight? There's certain.
Sorry, not more, but I do have a project proposal.
Okay.
So I used to always brag that I was your star child that never asked for money, but this year I'm asking for money.
You are no longer the star child.
The star child. So this is really a proposal to carry out a current state assessment of our county records. So just to give you a little bit of background, we currently manage both electronic and paper records. Reliance on paper records or electronic records is becoming more and more. Paper records, whoops. So they're increasing as we move away from paper processes and we move to electronic processes. And currently we are not in compliance with our disposal of records as per our retention bylaw. So just a little bit of a background on our records management. So in 2016, because we have been doing things, we've been doing things quite a bit. In 2016, we carried out the implementation of a Tom Rims folder structure on our network drive. This is, however, just a depository. It doesn't manage the records. It just is a depository for electronic records. But the key thing with this was prior to this, every department was, or every individual was filing individualistically. So if, for example, I disappeared today, no one could find records that I would have filed or specifically in other departments. So Tom Rims makes a unified filing system, and there's a scope notes that people follow to ensure that their records are being filed properly. Also in 2016, we undertook a lean project on the archival and disposal of paper documents. Kevin, can I brag? Because this was one of the key projects that we promoted when we got that EA Danby Award at AMCTO. This is one of the key projects that we will be promoting as well if we're invited to provide a workshop at AMCTO conference this year. Back in 2020, we were invited to the AMCTO conference to provide the workshop on our whole lean. Am I stealing your thunder? On our whole lean process. And this was one of the key projects that we were going to highlight. Unfortunately, COVID ended that conference. So we're hoping to go back next year. We've already submitted the application to do that. But basically what was happening here in the archive room is that there was no consistency in how people labeled their boxes. There was no consistency on where the boxes were found, and there were boxes that were stored in places outside of the archive room. So they were all through the building. They were even off-site in some instances. So this is what our archive room looked like prior to our lean project. And this is what it looks like now. So we took the archive room, we did a 5S on it, which is a lean term, which is sort, set in order, shine, standardize, and sustain. So we have been able to sustain this as well, but that's how beautiful and wonderful our archive room looks. So now we move to digital information. So to keep in mind that paper records are static, they live in a box. And electronic records are flowing at us from so many different forms, email, websites, everything. So what is digital information management? So this manages the creation, use, storage, and destruction of digital information. So currently everything that we do is done manually. So we don't manage our electronic records because we have no process in place to do so unless we were to go in manually into the thousands of documents that we have in our electronic Tom Rims drive and sort them. It enables desktop access to information across the organization. So this is a cloud-based application similar to what you see in iCompass when you get your agendas and such. And so this means that we wouldn't require the VPN, I believe, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, but this means that we can access our documents from the cloud as opposed to our VPN. So I'm not sure if council was aware, but last summer there was, quite a number of times where there was some vandalism to the cable lines on the street, and this took down the county's internet, which meant that people working off-site could not access the VPN. So unless you came into the office, you were unless you had things saved on your desktop, you had a difficult time. So this provides desktop access anywhere as long as you have an internet connection. And then it provides security access, version control, and audit functionalities. So this allows us to lock down any final versions of documents. It puts security on documents, and it protects those documents from being deleted. And then as well, it delivers automated business processes such as workflows and approvals. So again, we can take those documents, and rather than sending somebody an email to say, here's the link to the document in Tom Rims, can you please add your initials to the end of it? We can take those documents and flow them to different people for approval. So document records management system. So records, so the rapid growth in digital information and the shift in paper and electronic records, this is why we need an EDRMS. So it's going to help us move from the paper to digital records management. As I mentioned earlier, we have no process in place to manage our records. It's all done manually. We're able to manage email more effectively as a corporate record. So emails are corporate records. They are subject to MFIPA. We've had a number of requests, MFIPA requests, that have asked for emails. So it manages those more easily. Reduce or eliminate the use of shared and network drives. So these drives do have a capacity, and we're slowly reaching the capacity of the one we have currently. And then again, it provides that robust back-end records management functionality to support collaborative work systems. So again, it gives us that ability to manage our records automatically. So just some benefits, it's going to help reduce the risk and improve governance through enhanced ability to locate and retrieve information. And this is a key one as well, because when we do receive an MFIPA request, we are able to charge for search time, but the IPC has come down with decisions that that search time must be reasonable. So if your records are a mess and difficult to find, and it takes you 3 weeks to find a record, we can only charge for likely 1 hour because the IPC will tell us that that's not reasonable. There's authenticity and integrity of corporate information, again, by being able to lock down those final versions to protect those records. It's going to reduce the risk of loss or inappropriate destruction of important documents, and it allows us to meet compliance with our records retention bylaw. So our current system, so as I mentioned earlier, currently we use TomRIMS, which is a network drive. This is a depository for the creation and retention of electronically produced records. We also have Centrifile. This is an electronic records management system, but it is extremely old. It's outdated and it's no longer supported. And then we also have the archive room, which is specifically for paper records. So what we're asking for today is this first step. So first step is to undertake this current assessment. It's going to look at the gaps and weaknesses that we have in our currently how we file records, as well as where to find them. It's going to gain knowledge around the different types of systems and how they can assist us. So there's a number of systems out there, and we want to make sure that the one that we pick fits best for the county. It includes a review of all our bylaws, policies, and naming conventions. So it will look at TomRIMS, how we name our filing systems. It looks at our retention bylaw as well as our policies. And it also includes group interviews and surveys with county staff. So county staff are really the ones who do their own filing. They don't send everything to the clerk's office to have it filed. They're all expected to do their own filing. The clerk is just the record keeper, so to speak. So you want to make sure that any system that we have in place works for everybody and everybody understands it. And then again, some of the outcomes is it's going to see the weaknesses and make recommendations related to our overall information program. And it's going to clearly define the requirements that will make the RFP much smoother a process and more streamlined. So other options, again, the status quo, as I've mentioned, we have no process in place to manage electronic records. If we did this, it would all have to be done manually. Electronic records are being retained well past their destruction date. And this, potentially puts an issue on the county as well, because even though you can destroy a record after 10 years, if you get an MFIPA request, you still have to provide that record if you haven't destroyed it, which means a greater search when we're receiving these types of requests. And then again, information management would need to be done manually by staff, and we simply do not have the time to go through all of those records and manually destroy or categorize. So big, heavy slide there with a lot of information. And I've really just plugged this up there because these are resource documents for council when you're, spending a couple of hours tonight reviewing all the budget documents, because I know you're really interested in legislative services, and records management is of course on the top of everyone's list. So,
They're really just interested in lunch.
Oh, and I'm holding you up from lunch. Okay, so MFIPA there, we are required to keep records only as long as we need them. Same with PHIPA, we are only required to keep records as long as we need them. If we keep them longer, we could be subject to fines. Under the Municipal Act, again, we are required to have a retention policy that we follow, which we are not. And failing to destroy records in accordance with these bylaws or laws may result in fines, penalties, and other consequences. So just quickly for the financial consideration, we're anticipating a cost of $15,000 to do this. It is coming out of the stabilization reserve, so it will not have an impact on the levy. But just to be prepared that in 2025, we will be looking to council for funding to carry out that RFP to do an electronic documents records management system. I believe that's it.
Okay, so you're at questions now. Judy. And then Ron.
Is there a licensing fee ongoing that if you get to the EDR RMS?
So for the electronic documents records management system, and I'm going to maybe pull up David for this. I know we do have a contract with the information professionals that does provide Tom rooms for us, and they update that every year. But in terms of licensing fees for electronic systems,
We don't currently have anything. This request is simply for to look at the current state. In 2025, we're going to be coming back to you to look at probably a software solution or a service solution of some type. And that's when licensing fees or service fees will be introduced.
Ballpark of how much we'd be looking at that point in time?
It would just be an estimate. We're going to say 20 to 25,000 per year.
Ron,
I appreciate the information, but is this not just operations? I don't know why these requests honestly have to come to council unless there's some bylaw somewhere that's telling me they have to. I'm very comfortable with staff implementing something that has to happen. And I don't know why then they have to come to this day. I don't get it. I mean, just like when they were proposing about the emergency software. So for cyber hacking, those things, to me, those are operational. I think they have to be there. And I don't know why. What are we going to say? No. And then what are you going to do? Oh, well, we got hacked. Guess what? Council said no. To me, they're operational. I don't see why we should have to say whether.
what if it's over our budget?
Then staff have to figure out how their operational budgets work to make sure that they're in the operational budget. I don't, that's just me, but I don't know why.
But I think that's why you bring it, because it is a budgeted item that wasn't in the previous year, and it's something new.
But in fairness, if council's never asked at the start of the process to say, bring us a budget that is 3%. And then that would give staff the direction of how they manage it, how they do whatever, but that doesn't happen that way either. So I'm just saying, these things to me have to happen. I think you would be really silly as a corporation to say we're not doing them. But I don't think they should be a request. I think that should be part of operations.
So noted. Alex. The money guy.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify in terms of the project proposal framework. So if it's required by legislation, not a project proposal. In this case, where it's operationally advantageous to do so, but not required by legislation, that's when we bring that forward to council for consideration, for transparency and such.
I understand that, but who in their right mind would say no to some of these things? It would be suicidal as a corporation to say, oh, we're not going to back up anything.
Okay, Judy, and then if there's no more questions.
I
it's lunchtime.
appreciate the update and the opportunity, and I think that the budget implication further down the line is very relevant for the oversight of this and the fact that you're going to an RFP and that. So I think that there is value for it, and thank you.
Okay, anything else? No, it is lunchtime, and lunch is upstairs. Yes, okay. We're back here at 12:45. Okay, we're ready to start again, and we are at an agenda here, information services. Welcome, David. Go ahead, he'll be along.
Thank you, Ward and Council, for allowing me to present the 2024-2028 Frontenac Municipal Information Services Business Plan. Jeanette, I'm going to require assistance there. Thank you. It's ironic, isn't it? Here you see our 6 members of our team. I just want to bring to light Mr. Brennan Molson is our new hire in 2023, who just joined us. Of course, some of our clients we're not getting to. Thank you. I'm sure everyone in the room is quite familiar with all of our clients. We'll just highlight, we also do service for the Cataraqui Conservation Authority as well. This is not advancing. Yep. So some of our accomplishments in 2023 include end user awareness security training, hardware refresh of 144 pieces, refresh of 9 firewall appliances throughout the county and the municipalities, as well as the Conservation Authority, participating in the county building renovation and supporting staff working remotely during the county building renovation as well. Thanks, Janet. So this chart represents our total service request volume from 2016 to the year 2022. Please note 2016 was the year we began servicing the townships in our current shared services model. You can see the spike in 2020, which was a direct result of the COVID pandemic and needing to set up and support Township Conservation Authority, as well as county staff for work from home. In 2021 and 2022, we see it return to quite much more manageable levels. Thanks, Janet. So this chart represents how responsive the department is in completing service requests. The bottom bar represents 0 to 4 business hours from submission to closure, which we achieve 52% of the time. The next bar represents 4 to 24 business hours, which we accomplished an additional 28% of the time. Then we extend that to 24 to 48 hours for another additional 8%. And the top 2 bars are 48 to 120 hours to complete the processes, to close the work orders. And that collectively represents 12% of our service requests. Thanks. So look at some of our major initiatives, reestablish network penetration testing and the expansion of our Office 365 exchange online to all county staff. You'll see a project proposal for the Office 365 expansion coming up directly after this this business plan proposal. So some risks. We just got some advisements around cybersecurity, of course, and data resiliency. And then the second one was qualified staffing for us this year. Recommendations: continue data backup processes to offline vendors, continue with the multi-layer security approach, continue end user security training, increase the use of 2-factor authentication throughout the county and the municipalities, as well as the Conservation Authority, and then work with HR staff on staff retention as well.
Hey, any questions or comments? Judy.
Thank you. You mentioned the 24-hour business days. Does that mean it's 3 days that you're looking at when you're talking 24 hours, if you're doing 8-hour days?
So we don't want to misrepresent ourselves. We don't work after hours. We only work 8 to 4. So that's the intent, is we don't misrepresent ourselves.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, go ahead.
So I do have one budget proposal to present to you, and that's the replacement of our on-premise Exchange server. So this proposal proposal is to address the aging Frontenac County on-premise email server and seek to approve the migration of the balance of our frontline staff to the Microsoft Office 365 online platform. So just a little bit of background, we're operating a hybrid email system, which is to say we have 95 of our Frontenac County staff already migrated to Office 365 platform. We have remaining approximately 380 of our email accounts residing on our in-house email server. This in-house email server is nearing end of support and life, and we'll need to upgrade it or migrate the users over to the Office 365 platform, same as the first 95 staff are using. Oh, now I'm getting a little quick copy. So the one-time cost to upgrade our on-premise email licensing for the server is approximately $97,000, which is $19,400 each year over a 5-year life cycle. We plan a 5-year life cycle on all of our infrastructure. This solution is not desired. It does not increase the county's cybersecurity posture and will only provide the current service level of email and calendaring to our frontline staff. Should council choose to support the option to move the balance of staff to Microsoft Office 365 online platform, we'd realize significant benefits past just email and calendaring, such as increased cybersecurity posture, high availability, real-time, as well as real-time communications. So the Microsoft Office 365 option includes access to the Microsoft Productivity Suite as well as the communication suite of their applications such as Teams, SharePoint, Sway, that type of thing as well. So the two options explored were to purchase relevant Microsoft Office 365 subscriptions from our current Microsoft reseller and migrate our remaining 380-ish users to Office 365, or to purchase new on-premise email server licensing and continue the hybrid environment. Option one is to ask for the county levy. Option one, which we're advocating for, is to migrate the remaining users to Office 365. That's a total cost just around $24,000, and the actual levy impact is just around $6,000. The option two, of course, is to purchase on-premise licensing for the server. Total cost in 2024 would be $97,000 with an impact of $55,000. Which is, just so everyone's completely aware, that would have a 5-year life cycle as well. So the ask or the option is to migrate the remaining Frontenac County staff to Microsoft Office 365 platform in an annual subscription model and include the additional products which makes this a much better value.
Questions or comments? Obviously, it makes sense to all of us as well to go with your recommended option. Okay. And that's it for you. There you go. And next we have finance. Just push, yeah, there we go.
Excellent. Okay. Good afternoon. So I'd like to thank council for providing me with the opportunity to present an overview of the financial services business plan. So today I'll be providing an update on the major initiatives for our department and outlining some of the risks facing finance as we move forward. So to begin, I've listed some of our 2023 and 2024 major initiatives, and I'll be addressing most of them in greater detail on the following slides. But as you can see, work on the asset management plan for the county is ongoing and will continue into 2024. The County of Frontenac has updated its process for procurement uploads and has begun using the bids and tenders program. There are several accounting pronouncements that come into effect as of December 31st, 2023 for the public sector, and it will impact our reporting this year. We are also conducting a lean review of the accounts payable process, examining the current process and looking for potential efficiencies to streamline routings and approvals. And we issued a joint RFP with the other county townships for financial audit services as the contract of Allen and Partners / KPMG was completed this year. And after reviewing this proposal submitted, KPMG was once again selected by the county to continue with its audit services. So the reporting requirements for all assets under the county's asset management plan will be significantly enhanced by July 1st of 2024. The 2022 requirements, they were only for our core infrastructure assets, and for the county, that was only the bridges on the KMP trail. So the next phase of this plan will entail putting all remaining county assets into the asset management plan. For each asset category, we're going to need to report the replacement costs, the energy usage, the condition assessments, and life cycle activities for assets. Additionally, we will need to consider the costs and risks associated with maintaining different service levels. As reported to Council in September 2023, the county will be using OSIF funding to engage consultants to update its condition assessments, to in turn update its asset management plans. So staff are planning to have the 2025 asset management plan requirements in place by the end of next year. So the new bids and tenders procurement program was implemented in June of this year by the county. And this procurement management platform is widely used amongst municipal governments in Ontario. And it was expected with the broad reach of bids and tenders and its registered bidders that the county would receive more bid responses, okay, for our competitive procurements. I'm happy to report that today we have received a significantly higher number of bid responses for the RFPs that have been released on the bids and tenders platform compared to what we used to receive previously. Another benefit to using this program is that it helps to streamline the management aspect of the procurement process. So manual aspects of procurement, such as emailing bids to vendors and collecting distribution lists and questions for the addenda, are now managed within the bids and tenders program. Next, I'm going to briefly address the new accounting standards for 2023. So the first one I'll address is the asset retirement obligations, or ARO. It pertains to tangible capital assets and that are in productive use. So the retirement costs for these assets will now be recognized as an integral cost of owning and operating these assets. The ARO standard will require each public sector entity to record a liability for the estimated future costs of any legal obligations that will be incurred when that capital asset is retired. To be compliant, the county is going to need to review its legal agreements, senior government directives, and legislation for all controlled tangible capital assets to determine if any legal obligations exist with respect to asset retirements. The county will also need to consider how the additional liability will impact its net financial assets. Jeanette, can I get you to flip to the next one, please? Oh, I think went one too far, maybe. Oh, it worked. Okay, thank you. The second accounting standard I'm going to summarize pertains to financial instruments and foreign currency translation. Equity instruments quoted in an active market and freestanding derivatives will be carried at fair value. All other financial instruments, including bonds, can be carried at cost or fair value, depending on the public sector entity's choice. And this choice must be made when it initially recognizes the financial instrument and is irrevocable. So next, I'm going to be reviewing some of the potential risks facing the Financial Services Department. The first item I'd like to talk about is rising insurance costs, which has become a major concern for all municipalities in Ontario. This is due to a variety of factors, such as a hard insurance market, climate change, and increased litigation. As a result, we're seeing increases of more than 20% in many municipalities. Unfortunately, there's no indication that these double-digit increases are coming to an end anytime soon. There is little that the municipality can do at this time to mitigate the issue, while municipal governments wait for meaningful legislation and/or policy solution. We are going to continue to rely on property tax dollars to pay the rising insurance premiums. These dollars would otherwise be used to improve or expand needed services to residents and businesses. Next, I'm going to talk about increasing benefit costs, and they continue to be an issue for the county. In recent years, we have seen significant increases to our benefit premiums. In 2021, we went to market with an RFP that resulted in a reduction of our premiums by 9% for the year 2022. But since that time, last year, we had an increase of 7.7%, and we've received confirmation that as of November 1st, our benefit costs will be rising by 9.1%. So the county has limited ability to mitigate these increases. When the RFP was awarded, we negotiated a 2-year exemption for benefit increases to our life insurance and LTD rates. LTD rates come off of rate guarantee this year, but we did negotiate a 10% cap that was negotiated in. Without that cap, the LTD increase would have been 24.8% next year. Life insurance is also coming off of guarantee as well this year, but however, there's no cap for that. The benefit is 100% manually rated, meaning it is based on IA's entire block of business. The life insurance premiums will be increasing by 12.3% next year. And finally, our dental costs will be increasing by 22.5% next year. Due to high inflation, the Ontario Dental Association has an 8.5% fee adjustment that will be effective this year, and it is not negotiable. Additionally, the dental costs of the county are running higher than expectations, which is also driving the increase. So as a finance department, we do actively monitor the renewal rates, and we will go to market with an RFP when we see these continued increases above the CPI to reduce the financial impact. However, as this has been done relatively, recently, we have to absorb any increases that cannot be negotiated, and we will continue to monitor that situation closely next year. The next risk I'd like to talk about is the capital asset management reserve levels. The current plan contributions to the capital asset management reserves are insufficient to meet future capital requirements. This is due to significant cost increases for building replacements, and that the original plan did not factor in any new assets purchased since 2014. A review of the non-residential building consumer price index for Ottawa since 2014 has shown significant percentage increases since 2018. The current 0.65% increase per year to the reserve has failed to keep pace with the county's requirements. To mitigate this risk, the reserve contributions in the form of a dedicated capital levy will need to continue for some time and likely increase going forward to meet capital replacement targets. And the last item I'd like to speak about today is the OMERS pension costs. OMERS changed its eligibility rules at January 1st of 2023 so that non-full-time employees have the option to join the pension plan immediately upon hire. Previously, employees were required to work at least 700 hours in both of the previous calendar years to become eligible. As a result of this change, the county's pension costs are estimated to increase by about $125,000 in 2023. There is no way to mitigate these costs as OMERS employers follow guidelines set by the OMERS Sponsor Corporation for pension eligibility. It is impacted solely by the number of non-full-time employees who choose to join the plan. And that is all I have. Yeah.
You mean you
Please.
don't have any good news?
I don't have
at the
any
end
good
of
news.
the story?
No, I'm not asking, I don't have any project proposals either, but I don't really have any good news. So sorry about that.
First of all, I would just want to back up. Could you introduce yourself? Because we haven't met you very much, if at all.
No, they keep me hidden away under the stairs.
There you go.
I'm Phil Piasecki, so I'm the deputy treasurer here at the county.
Okay. Welcome, Phil.
Thank you.
Warden
I
Vanderwaal.
have a couple comments and one question. I think as long as Kelly's been around, and as long as I and Fran have been around, the government is going to change joint and several liability once and for all. Well, guess what? They never have, and I don't know how many meetings we've had on it, and they're never gonna, by the sounds of it. It sounds pretty simple when you're negotiating a union contract and you say, well, we'll just add something to the medical and the dental, and because it doesn't really affect you the same as wages. As you can tell, nobody could have predicted that it's going to cost this kind of money. I mean, it's unreal. And I don't think, just like you pointed out, there are no options. Every insurance company is going to be the same, or they will just drop you and say, well, we don't cover that part anymore. Good luck. The only question I have for you on the 6.5, and not because we are, but we've always used 1%. Is that a reasonable target on the capital levy? Or is that too high? Oh, Alex would like that.
I'll jump. That was before Phil's time and before my time too, actually. But so the 0.65 was determined in 2014. That was going to fund our vehicles and equipment and half of our building. With that, the other half we borrowed. There was an opportunity to go at 1% at the time, and council elected not to do it. The trade-off was that there would be some borrowing involved. So that's why the increase is 0.65 as opposed to the one which we've seen maybe a little more widely in other municipalities.
So I guess my question is, if it's at 6.5 and that's not sustainable, what does it cost if you add it into 1%? Is that a request that could be put in the budget, or you're just going to do it some other way that you're?
So that'll come in 2025's budget. So
because this is the end of our 10-year.
This is the end of the 10-year. At this point, we're short. We're aware of that. But based on us getting condition assessments currently, updating our asset management plan, we'll have a much better idea of what we'll need to get there and say, no, this is the percentage we see based on our forecast, as opposed to right now with me saying, we're short, we need more. My best guess is this. So, which is why, at least for this year, we continue to keep it going for the 0.65. We'll have a more complete resolution. Or
you have a best guesstimate that next year's budget is going to be under 4%? No. So you're postponing
it. Okay, Judy.
Two questions. One is regarding the procurement. Have all of our old or previous vendors been notified that this is going to be the new platform that we're putting our RFPs on, just so we don't end up losing any opportunity for our locals to have a shot? And second, are there any committees right now looking at the federal level at the insurance industry? Because having lived many years in the insurance industry of Canada and that in Kitchener-Waterloo area, and that these are very big companies, and anything that I read about them is that it's still rosy times for them and their profits and the place to invest. So maybe we need to push our federal government to do something a little bit more, because it seems like we aren't getting the service, but they're getting a lot of profit.
Sure. I'll take the first one. So yeah, there was an email that went out to our existing vendors that we had on file saying we were migrating platforms. For the second question, which I'm not sure is more of a comment or a question. So maybe broadly speaking, at this point, there's 2 to 3 players who, if you go out, ask municipal insurance are playing. So very small market. Most of what I've heard is if you go out to market, the incumbent seems to be still the lowest priced. But it's nowhere near as competitive as it was 6-7 years ago, where you go to market and expect a 30% reduction afterwards. At this point, you're really just kind of slowing down the increase if you go to market.
That's sort of why I'm asking if there's a political solution that's in play right now. And if not, maybe we need to send a letter to our MPs to spur them on, because it just is not sustainable in that for all the municipalities. And they are making profits. They're not in danger of going down. They're buying up other companies around the world.
Okay, we can certainly look at doing that as a resolution. Okay, anything else for Phil? Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. And once we all get in the same building, maybe we'll see you more. Okay, thank you. Okay, K&P Trail. We're leaving you till the last, Richard.
I missed you guys.
We knew you would.
Yes, no. So KMP Trail business plan. Once I got moving too fast there. So yeah, we're as Director Gallivan mentioned earlier, the KMP Trail has become its own entity. It has its own considerations, and so it really deserves its own business plan. And the big sort of shift in the business plan recent years is while we're still building physical trail and working on acquiring land for that, we're starting to work on turning it into the economic generation tool that we've always wanted it to be. So that means activating tourism on the trail, activating residents on the trail, connecting businesses to trail users as potential customers, finding businesses to serve trail customers, and finding trail customers to serve businesses. So a lot more of our discussions have to do with the picture on the right than the picture on the left, although we are currently replacing a bridge on Elbow Creek right now, so there's no shortage of bridges to build on the KMP Trail as we continue to move forward. So just a reminder that in 2018, we sort of, the county council laid out these 5 principles as a guiding set of principles for how we develop the KMP Trail. Create a spine north-south through the region, from one border to the next. Have high quality infrastructure, establish trailheads and parking in each township, make it a tourism attraction, and seek to build tour partnerships and recognition as we move forward with the trail. And we've been doing all of those things since then. And in the business plan that we've laid out, you'll see that we've got the various pieces under each of these principles addressed. But today, just a quick review of the current state. So the county manages and owns most of the trail between Orsa Road and Clarendon Station. So it's 70 kilometers long. 55 kilometers of that is motorized year round. The remaining 25 kilometers are become motorized just in the winter years. In 2022, we counted over 170,000 uses, not users. So our physical trail counters click when somebody goes by. So if that same person walks down the trail and turns around and comes back, they're a second click. So that's but it's a baseline for amount of use, which can guide maintenance and that sort of thing. We're working on mobile data from Trans-Canada Trail to help us understand how many of those uses are unique users and how many of those uses are people from farther away, so tourists from outside our postal code, essentially. We have an equal split between cycling, hiking, and motorized when you put it all together for a year. And generally, it's staffed by myself and a part-time project manager to help coordinate our clubs that help out, and also the contractors that we hire to do work. The management plan was approved by council in 2021, and we'll be bringing it to the Planning and Economic Development Committee soon for an update and review. And our budget, including marketing and promotion, is approximately 180,000 a year, and that includes maintenance, dust suppression, mowing, all of those things. We also have a bylaw that was approved in 2022, but we don't have mechanisms for enforcement in place to really put teeth to that bylaw. If somebody sends me a photo of a license plate of somebody speeding, I can send them a fine, but that's about where we're at in terms of bylaw. I'll be bringing the Planning and Economic Development Committee some details on that, so more information to come there. We did accomplish some things this year. We are currently replacing the bridge on Elbow Creek. The footings are being poured today. The new bridge, prefabricated bridge, should be delivered in a couple weeks. We're continuing to make progress on acquiring the trail corridor in North Frontenac. We've found an enhanced approach to dust management, but we do have a project proposal related to that to discuss after this. We've updated the quality of our trail grading. So we had a standard in the management plan that was not high enough to meet sort of the expectations of our users. And so we updated the trail grading quality and refurbishment. We just don't do the whole trail every year. We do different parts of the trail now under the new approach, and it doesn't affect our budget that way. We've launched or began to build out our trail-friendly business program, including signs to help people get onto the businesses. We're in the process of updating the interactive trail map. In fact, that's what I was working on while I wasn't here, I didn't have very much time to do that because I spend all my time here at this desk. The public engagement and evaluation, and we went through a big public engagement exercise about whether or not we should extend access to ATVs between Verona and Harrowsmith. I think we were very successful in that engagement. And we haven't come to a decision yet, but we have certainly done a really great job at letting the public know we were considering it, getting their input, and considering that. And I think that that's something we should consider an accomplishment in terms of public engagement around the trail. Some of our challenges, I mentioned bylaw, education and enforcement, letting people know what they're allowed to do, and providing incentives for them to stop doing that, disincentives, through our administrative monetary penalty program. Dust was a huge distraction for a couple of months this year while we worked to figure out how to manage dust and how to support those people who were impacted by dust on the trail. It was a bad year, and it was very dry at times. And so sometimes it comes down to climate. Risk management. There's always risks that we have to be managing, specifically around road crossings. And we're conducting an analysis of a number of Road 38 crossings to see if there's anything we can do to improve safety there. And just trail etiquette. We have a really popular trail, and we have people who really love to ride that trail, and they don't want to share it with all the other people who really love the trail, except online, maybe. But we have a really great community of cyclists, hikers, dog walkers, mini horse cart drivers, porcupines, ATVs that go on the trail. And but instead of having a friendly, growing community, we really look at each other suspiciously, or are annoyed that we had to stop moving to let somebody faster pass us, or got scared by somebody. We have to work on that. We have to find out how we can better approach people on the trail so they're not afraid or nervous, and how we can show respect to each other and be a bigger trails community than we already are. That's a big challenge. But as it becomes more popular, that challenge is only going to become more and more apparent, and it's going to be harder and harder to manage. Looking forward, here's what we have planned in the business plan for the next 5 years. Finish phase 6 development in North Frontenac, acquire the land, upgrade the infrastructure, several bridges that you'll probably see me come to you to talk to you about as part of that. But for the most part, we'll acquire the land and move forward with a development plan. When we're ready to develop, you'll get a project proposal from me. We're going to update the management plan. We're going to work on some campaigns to improve trail etiquette and culture. It might be just some social media and signs to start, but it might also be some workshops and actual engagement. We're going to conduct a tourism market readiness. So now that as we're looking at activating the trail, what do we need to make sure we have in place before we start inviting people from all over the province, the country, the world to our trail? What are their expectations going to be, and what need to be there? So we're going to have a third-party review done of that, and we're going to do that in partnership with Trans-Canada Trail, as well as a couple of our connected trails. The Renfrew County is interested in working on this with us, as well as Lanark County. And if we're going to do it on those trails, we might as well work with the Cataraqui Trail folks at the CRCA to make sure that all of our trails are tourism ready. So we're starting those conversations now for looking at over the next couple of years. Just to give you a sense of what that market readiness looks like, the Trans-Canada Trail set a standard, which is a criteria that we can evaluate ourselves with, and evaluate ourselves against other trails on, basically. And it breaks down to approvals and planning, maintenance and management, uniqueness, branding, marketing, visitor amenities and services. We have lots of these. We have lots of check marks on here, and so when we do this assessment, we'll have a sense of what kind of things we should be addressing, and we'll probably go through an exercise of prioritization around that. So, and to give you a sense of what market readiness looks like, you're visitor ready when you have a trail. We're visitor ready. Are we ready to go market? Maybe not. So market ready has infrastructure and support services so that people know where they can stay, where they can go to the bathroom, where they can get food, what they can do when they're out on the trail. And it's very clear and the materials are there. Export ready is we have all of that stuff, and we have a reputation, and we can get people out to the region because we're well known, and we'll get support from Trans-Canada Trail, Destination Ontario, Destination Canada, and marketing it. But I'm pretty sure we're somewhere between visitor and market ready at this stage. And when we do the assessment next year, I'll come back and let you know. Here's some data. Basically, with our physical trail counters, this is what trail use looks like. In 2021, we had just under 160,000 counts, with the busiest day being September 4th. In 2022, in 2023, our busiest days were in the winter. And that was because when we have snowmobiles, they travel almost through the whole network. And you'll see almost 500 hits on every counter as you go through on a given weekend day. And so you can see that in the monthly use and distribution. So the black lines are motorized, and the blue lines are pedestrians, and the green lines are cyclists. We have pretty steady pedestrian use throughout the year. Obviously more in the summer months, but it's always there. But we have a significant amount of snowmobile use in the winter that is really not met by the same amount of use by motorized ATVs in the summer. It's the cycling market that fills those gaps, and so that's this year to date. Now, our counters aren't perfect. There's probably a small percentage of error where some ATVs are counted as bicycles and some bicycles are counted as ATVs. But overall, we have a sense of like how many people are going through and what that distribution of use looks like. And it did look a little more even between them this year. I also heard that a lot of people, because of inflation, were selling their ATVs or couldn't afford to recreate with the price of gas. And so there was maybe a little less recreation on ATVs this year, and as there was maybe in previous years with less inflation. I'm not sure. That's rumor. We are focused on building events to grow the economy on the trail, and so we had a snowshoe race that was canceled. It was like -40 that day for one reason, that one day. So they had to cancel it. A couple of memorial rides, a poker run. We had a century ride for century rides 100 kilometers on a bicycle. Supposed to be 100 miles, but we would do kilometers here in Canada. And then we had the Great Lakes Waterfront Trail Adventure came from Kingston up the KMP to Sydenham. It poured rain that day, but we still had 30 people come up the trail to make it here. And so we look to grow events and see more events take place along the trail because that supports our economy. Here's some photos of the Great Lakes Waterfront Trail Adventure. I just want to point out that while we have the KMP trail, when it comes to our trails marketing, we need to think about all of our trails. And that includes the Great Lakes Waterfront Trail, which has routes on Howe Island and on Wolf Island. And so the group that was traveling on this guided ride, many of them went over to Wolf Island and spent the day over there riding and visiting the cafes and that sort of thing as part of that trip. The other 30 came up here to Sydenham and got very wet. So we're seeing these events and rides happen, and they have a direct impact on our economy. Caution, liability. There's always risk on the trail of someone getting hurt in some way and blaming us for it. And we need to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to make sure that we're anticipating and seeing those things and responding to them if they're A, reported, or B, identified in an appropriate way. So we've been sticking to the standards set in our management plan. And as long as we meet those standards, most of our liability is covered. It is a recreational trail. We post signs that say use at your own risk. But if there are any issues that are unreasonable to encounter on a recreational trail, that exposes us to liability. Capacity and resources. So this is sort of the piece we have a lot that we do in our department. And we continue to do more on the trail in terms of both infrastructure, maintenance, and marketing. And so having use of the project manager to help us in the field has been helpful to keep me on top of more of the policy and responsive work going forward. And then that's the questions. Any questions about the business plan for the KMP Trail before I move into the project proposal?
Okay, Judy and then Fred.
Okay, when you mentioned the trail and liability and that, I'm thinking, do we have a speed limit on it? And if we do, you've already hit on that we don't have a great track record for bylaw enforcement of it. And how would that impact us for liability?
Yeah, so we have speed limits posted and identified in certain areas. And so the first step that we were looking at for enforcement was working with our ATV clubs who were out and patrolling to provide enforcement on the bylaw. They've indicated that they don't want to be seen as an authority or something like that. So we need to look at other ways. But many other municipalities do deputize members, like trained wardens of ATV clubs, to serve as wardens who can then at least capture information about bylaw enforcement that then is processed by the municipality. That's the most likely because they're present, they're there, they're excited about the trail, and they're organized. But it may not be the solution here. And so we're continuing to look at other solutions. We've seen some busy trails that on weekends post security guards, but they don't move or patrol. They just are there as a presence to deter unwanted behavior. So there's a number of other pieces there that could be considered.
Okay, Fred.
Yes, thanks, Richard. Regarding their economic benefits, I'm concerned of the area between Sharbert Lake and Calabogie. There's really not very much there. Or is your committee going to be trying to help economic development in that area? Have you had any plans or any thoughts of what you're going to be doing in the future?
Yeah, well, and I think that part of the assessment process will help us identify what kinds of things should be there and prioritize there. Certainly, we've seen a lot more attention to the Clarendon Station area since the accommodation went there. They're very active on social media and they promote the trail significantly. So seeing more partnerships with businesses, understanding how many and communicating to businesses and prospective businesses how many users are moving through there, we'll be able to attract additional interest. Trail users they do like to stop and have have something to eat or frequent local shops if they can. They just they need to know about them, and the local shops need to be able to support them. But it is part of the process. Yes.
Okay, Ron.
Sorry, I got one
Oh,
more
do you have another one?
You're talking about having contractual work done on the trail. Is that, are you looking after that? Your group looking after paying and organizing and get things done when you need to be done on the trail?
Yeah, so we identify the issues, and so larger maintenance work, for example, is done through RFP on an annual basis. So we organize those RFPs early in the year, contract the organizations or the businesses that are going to do that work, and then it's paid through the finance department once we have a contract in place.
Okay, now Ron.
The actual bylaw for the trail for motorized vehicles, is it clear? And I'm leading up to something here, and I'm not saying they shouldn't be on it. However, if you want to say no motorized vehicles past Verona, then I don't know why a motorized bike at 50 kilometers an hour is allowed on the trail anywhere. Because if you're saying no motorized vehicles, those things are going just as fast as an ATV, and now a lot of them. And people that now have the resources, most of them are buying the motorized bikes. So I'm just wondering what our actual bylaws say, because does it exempt, obviously snowmobiles must be an exemption in there, or else the language isn't very clear. And I'm not saying we should take them off, the motorized bikes, but I know they come to presentations and say, well, no bicycles are allowed, but those things are doing 40 and 50 kilometers an hour, and they're flying down the trail too. And so I don't think there's some clarity.
Through you, Deputy Warden, that's one of the things that we're going to take a look at when we look at the management plan with the Planning and Economic Development Committee is when there's a lot of gray area between what is motorized and what's not motorized. Maybe we need to look at form and function as a definition of what we're trying to allow or permit in different ways. And so we're going to have some discussion and try some things out before we make policy for that, because I think that certainly in the last 2 or 3 years we've seen a proliferation of e-bikes that have different levels of performance, different needs, and different impact on other trail users, and we have to consider where they fit and where they fit compared to other types of assisted motorized use on the trail.
Okay, Bill.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. We're positioning the KP Trail as an economic driver. Do you see a day when the revenue from the trail would cover the cost?
What revenue?
That's kind of the hidden question.
The direct correlation would be difficult. The return on investment is what we would be looking to start tracking and say, is that return on investment worth it? And what are we tracking for that return on investment? So are we seeing significant organized events that have people paying money and staying in accommodations and filling restaurants? Do we see additional investments being made primarily because of the trail? So for example, the Kick and Push Brewery and the Clarendon Station accommodation that opened in Central Frontenac, they have larger markets, but they also wanted to build around the trails market, and so that was an important consideration for both of them. So seeing investments like that, we want to be able to say, like, is that part of our ROI if that continues? And then that's what we could infer as our return on investment. Do we have a target set for that? Not yet, but I think when we get to the point where we've finished constructing the spine, we may want to set one.
Okay, Judy.
You mentioned the waterfront trails that Howe and Wolf have. I haven't really seen any money coming our way in that. Can you give me an update or some historical context in that? Because it would be nice to have bike lanes at the side for people that they can walk or ride their bicycles on.
I'll give you a brief answer here, but we should probably make a presentation to your council.
Yes, we do need to keep it brief.
Okay. The previous county council determined that our solution on Wolf Island would for a KMP connection was to pursue the not the KMP but the Wolf Island Canal project as a where we're going. That was recommended to us by the previous council of Frontenac Islands, and this council wanted to support that council in what it wanted to do. So that was where we've landed, and we have a feasibility study sitting that we'd like to move forward with if that continues to be the case. The vision set by Frontenac County Council is a border to border trail, and it could be a water trail if that's what we want it to be. So in terms of county investment in constructing a trail there, we need to develop a plan to then move forward, and that plan that we want to develop, or that we have direction to develop, is the canal.
Okay, last question.
What I had seen in the trail conception document was 3 different land routes on Wolf Island and one on Howe, and they had nothing to do with the canal, which is private property and fish habitat and everything else. But those seem to have never been developed, other than a few signs saying, you know, this is a bike route. And so what I'm looking for more is back to the original version, that, and dealing with land that is actually public land right now, but people come over, and that would connect it internationally if we get it all the way over to the Horns Ferry.
And
Yeah.
that would be your council's choice. The previous council selected something different, so that's what's on the books. So if your council wishes to go in a different direction, that would be a motion of your council to proceed.
But I'm wondering what happened to the original, because the original
It
3 on
was-
the
It
island
was superseded by their wish to do. develop
after the
canal.
fact. Okay.
There was
Okay.
also finally, there was funding provided from the county to develop the Howe Island Trail.
Okay. I think we'll call it at that. We're coming back tomorrow. So if there are any burning questions that you forgot to answer, staff will be here and we can ask them tomorrow.
Any chance you have 5 minutes for my project proposal?
Maybe, if you're quick.
I'll
No
try to
more
be.
than 5,
All right.
4.5.
All right, who's got the timer going? See if I can move the slides. All right, so
We don't need slides, just money.
dust
Just the money.
so dust suppression. So I alluded to the fact that we did some work on enhancing dust suppression this year. And in order to provide an effective approach, we need to increase our budget for, we'd like to increase our budget for dust suppression. So we contracted the only qualified vendor with the right sized equipment to supply calcium chloride to the trail surface at a specified rate in June. We had already tried using calcium flake. We tried different approaches of repeated treatments with other types of calcium. Did not work. The ATV club constructed things. It did not work. We laid this down. It worked. Everybody was happy. Everybody was, well, not happy, but they were happy that we've dealt with it essentially. So we were able to apply it to 44% of the multi-use section of the trail, which permits the ATV and side-by-side use, which are the uses that kick up the dust. We did run into some additional dust at the end of August, but it started to rain again and we were okay. We brought this idea to the Planning and Economic Development Committee, and we proposed that we would need $1,000 per kilometer to treat the whole trail every year. The committee did not like that idea and told me to go back to the drawing board and come up with another proposal. Currently, we budget almost $18,000 for dust suppression a year. So my proposal is that we budget to use liquid calcium for dust suppression each year. But we will work with the supplier to take we had a 10-foot wand, we're going to take it to 8 feet. So that results in a bit of financial efficiency. And then we treat 60% of the trail each year. So some places, like the more sensitive places, would be treated every year, like when we're in urban areas. But other more rural places where we have the ATV use would be treated every other year. So there would be some dust suppression that over time would help mitigate the dust issue throughout the trail, because it is an issue not just in it's an issue for neighbors mostly in urban areas, but is an issue for trail users in rural areas where they're passing cyclists or they're passing other ATVs and that sort of thing. So the proposal we have is treat the whole trail, but do it every other year on 50%. This results in an increase of cost, and I've sort of laid out a 5-year budget of what that might look like as we go forward and as we add trail in North Frontenac. So this year would be the biggest annual budget increase as we move to sort of get to that 60%, and then each year after that we would see an increase, but it would be a smaller increase each year after that as we treat more of the trail. There is also the potential that we may get some funding from the Verona District ATV Club to go towards this kind of treatment, but we have not gotten any guarantees to that at this stage. So like I said about grants earlier, I can't plan for them, but I can hope for them. And so hopefully we can reduce this cost, but this is what I would like to plan for. Questions? I'll leave that slide up there for you.
Okay, Nikki?
Thank you. I just want to pick at you a bit about what your definition of the urban and settlements and houses that will be prioritized.
So we identified so some of the areas are areas where we've received feedback from neighbors. Some of the areas are areas where so for example, you call it Tealville in Central Frontenac. It's not in a settlement area, but we go through a lot of backyards there. So we would make sure that we treat that every year as well. So any places where we have a relatively significant set of settlements that are near the trail, we want to make sure we're addressing that.
So built up areas or complaints?
Built up areas and somewhat complaints. And so if somebody wants to be on that list, they should contact us and we can factor that in.
Okay, Ron.
I'm sure they know what they're doing anyway, but I mean, if you grade that once in the spring and they put the chloride on it, you can't grade it again, because if you grade it again, you've lost all the chloride. So it's important to do one and then the other and not try to frig with it again. The other part is the only way that we can get money, and I thought the last council, I'm not sure what we did with it. Did we ever finish it off on the user fee study?
No.
We didn't finish that, did we? No. Okay. That's the only other avenue you have would be an ATV permit or a snow, whatever it is, in order to get any revenue. Other than that, we're only helping the economic engine of the county.
The recommendation, there were 2 recommendations or 2 options for the trail pass through the EOTA and through the
ATV.
And the recommendation from Mr. Robinson's review was the ATV group. Council postponed a decision on that to this council.
Which means we probably should bring that back and yes.
Option for revenue, it is our only resource.
And the costs are going up to maintain it. Okay, there's no more questions. Thank you very much to staff and thank you to council. We're going to recess today and we will be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Kelly's going to stay overnight if anybody wants.